so wet. Hello, 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 hello.
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello, hello, spirit. Hello, hello, hello. How are you? Alright, let's get this show on the road. Press any button. Continue. Episode 3 and Part 1 investigation. Let's go. Let's go. The runaway room. The adventure of runaway room. Okay.
Glancing over my records of the late last century, I am faced by the events of a certain bitter winter. A murder in a carriage as it sped through dense London fog in the dead of night.
London, alright.
Though the victim and the perpetrator were the only ones inside, there were multiple witnesses to the crime itself. However, none could have imagined at the time that such a seemingly obvious case as this would end in such a horrendous manner.
Horrendous? That doesn't sound good.
My friend, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, once said of the incident, I believe that perhaps that case was indeed the prelude.
The prelude?
The beginning of a long concerto that impressive Japanese student and I were to play together.
Oh, it's me. They're talking about me. We arrived to London.
Amazing. Is this
Platform.
really just a railway station?
Platform.
Railway station or not, I've never
I love
seen such
how,
a
I love how there's always an anime
magnificent
scene at the beginning. Each episode looks like.
And look at all
Which
the
is nice.
steam locomotives. This country is incredible.
Oh, it's winter. Oh shit.
I feel like I'm dreaming.
So this is the capital of Great Britain.
London.
So, where to?
Scotland Yard.
Climb aboard.
What is the address usually for Sherlock Holmes? It's always the same, right?
This Supreme Court in Whitehall, if you wouldn't mind.
The yard something.
My pleasure.
British tailor, please.
I
And what?
suppose you're visiting students from abroad, eh?
Yes.
221B Baker Street, I think.
Well then,
Yeah, but something like that, I think. Baker Street.
and welcome to the center of the
Oh yeah,
world,
wasn't there a
Great Britain's
there was a new Sherlock Holmes game
London.
which got released was it last year or this year? Scotland Yard Art Police. Oh. There's a Sherlock Holmes games, right? Released this year, I think. Or last year. Alright, 18th of February, 9:21 a.m. British Supreme Court, Lord Chief Justice Office. Holy. What an incredible place. Yeah, look at those gears. It's so imposing. It's almost suffocating. This place is breathtaking. It looks like a fortress. There are some stone buildings like this in Japan now, of course, but they have only been built in the few short decades since we opened our borders to the outside world. An authentic example like this has quite a different impact, wouldn't you agree? A far cry from the wood and paper most of our buildings are constructed from. It's certainly unfamiliar, but I think there's more to the differences than just construction materials. What is this place again? This is the Lord Chief Justice Office, Naruhodo-san, in the Supreme Court of Great Britain. The Lord Chief Justice. We had instructions to report here at this time if circumstances were different. We were supposed to let the Lord Chief Justice know that we had arrived from Japan. But Kazuma can't know. So instead, we are here in a different capacity. as envoys to report the news of Kazuma-sama's death. Yes. And having delivered his or her message, an envoy's duty is done. So we'd have to return to Japan? We want to remain here in Great Britain. I have to take Kazuma's place as the law student selected for the study tour. Study tour? Yes, which means you need the requisite qualifications as a lawyer, which is what I've been studying for. Here in Great Britain, it is the Lord Chief Justice who appoints lawyers. So that's the second reason why we are here, to have you officially recognized as a lawyer. It's the only way that we'll be able to remain here in London. I hope I'm up to scratch. Oh, good morning. Sorry for keeping you. Whoa! Is this guy the chief? Damn, he looks fierce. He has got this, the eye of the tiger. Oh, I trust you aren't too exhausted after your long voyage from Japan. It seems I'm 1 hour, 12 minutes, and 47 seconds late. My apologies. 1 hour? Oh, no, don't mention it. We're never happier than when we are standing around with nothing much to do. How fortunate. So, introductions. I'm Male Strongheart, Lord Chief Justice of the British Empire. Ugh, and I feel like a little mouse under an elephant's foot. Come on, Mr. Naruhodo, don't be a mouse. Oh, it's an honor to meet you, Lord Chief Justice Strongheart. I'm Ryosuke Naruhodo from the Empire of Japan. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, welcome to London, the capital of our glorious British Empire. Ah, yes, thank you. This guy's name was changed. Originally, he was Hard for Tex. Hard for Tex. Both names are intimidating. Yeah. Hard for Tex, huh? Mel Strongheart. I guess we come first with him. London. So, what are your impression of our capital so far? How do you like London? Oh, help! I've been so nervous ever since I got here that I can't remember a single thing about the city. It's simply splendid, isn't it, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, we had a wonderful view of some of London's streets from the carriage on the way here from the station. Everything is so impressive and grand. I must say, I'm almost lost for words. She carried us. I'm glad to hear you like it. The city boasts tramways, pipe water and gas, even cables supplying electricity. We spearhead every revolutionary new technology in the world. Every visitor to London is astounded. Oh yes, astounded is the word. Thanks for saving me there, Susato-san. Everyone seems too jolly and full of vigor. Yes. There's much excitement about the upcoming Great Exhibition we will be hosting here in London. Great Exhibition. Culture and technological achievements from around the globe are to be exhibited here in our great city. It will be the greatest spectacle of its kind in history and will make Paris's World Fair look like a toy shop. Gosh, I can hardly imagine how magnificent it's going to be. Great Britain's capital city is nothing but magnificent. London is the center of the modern world. And if you do say so yourself, the sun will never set on our great empire. True, London is known for, quite a rainy weathers in there. Perhaps it is the fact that in these progressive times we welcome visitors from the land of the rising sun. Law student? Lord Chief Justice. I think you were expecting a student of law for this study tour, weren't you? Absolutely. I'm Mr. Kazuma Asoki, if my memory serves. That's right. The British government has already been telegraphed a full report on the situation. I understand the young man lost his life aboard the steamship bound for our shores. That's amazing. The news reached him before we even arrived. My country naturally extends its deepest condolences to yours. Oh, thank you. And you honored this appointment specifically to inform me of the news? Yes. We are here in the capacity of the envoys from Japan to report the sad news in person. They tell me you Japanese are people of a protocol and a courtesy, and I see that it's true. And it is with some regret that I must inform you that the death of the young lawyer means the study tour arrangement can no longer proceed. If you would just hear us out, Lord Strongheart. What do you have to say, madam? It's about the study tour. Mr. Naruhodo here would like to make a proposal. Would he now? Well, Mr. Naruhodo, this is it then. The moment of the truth. Continuing the study tour. The thing is, Lord Justice, Lord Strongheart. Lord Justice? I was wondering if perhaps you would consider allowing the study tour to go ahead. Don't misunderstand me, Britain would ideally like to see the tour go ahead. If you're not a lawyer from your country, there's nothing to be done. Well, in that case... What if there was someone else? Another lawyer from Japan, I mean. Is there something I don't know? Only a single lawyer was invited to Great Britain from your country. That was Mr. Asoki. At least that is what I've been led to understand. Well, the thing is, this really isn't going well at all. I just can't seem to find the right words to say to this man. Mr. Naruhodo, could ruin things here if I'm not careful. What am I going to say? If there's someone else here from Japan who could be described as a lawyer, it's... Actually, there's no one. It's me. It's me. I can do it. Is that so? I mean, I don't actually have any qualifications as such, but... no qualifications, you say, and yet you still claim to be a lawyer? I have acted as a lawyer in court before. Only once, as it happens. And I had Kazuma to help me, and I was the accused, but glossing over the details. I've been spending every spare moment on the journey here to Great Britain studying. I learned all about British law and court proceedings while I was on board this SS Buria. The voyage from Japan is some 50 days. I believe not what you might call a full education. To become a qualified lawyer here in Britain. Not only do you need a university degree in law, but you must also complete several years of training. I realize it's far too short a period of time, but I can't just go back to Japan. Kazuma, Mr. Asoki's journey had only just begun. Coming here on this study tour was all he thought about. I have to carry on and do everything he planned to do. I know it must sound like I have an overly inflated opinion of myself, but I would do anything to prove that I have what it takes. Any test you care to set me. Just once, just one chance. That's all I'm asking for. Please. 31 seconds. Sorry? Your opening statement there, Mr. Naruhodo, was 31 seconds long. Not too brief, not too protracted. A perfectly judged appeal, I would say. Which is a skill that would stand you in a good stead as a lawyer. Oh, thanks. So you're willing to put those words to trial, are you? Well, I'm all for entertainment. Huh? But let me ask you one thing first, sir. Yes? You say you intend to do everything Mr. Asoki planned to do? Are you firmly set on that path? Oh, he knows? Well, yes, that's my intention. I see. Am I imagining things? Or did his expression just alter a fraction there all of a sudden? It did. Very well. You have your wish. I'll give you a chance. A test to become a specially certified lawyer. Whether you pass or fail is entirely down to you. Really? Test? So, what form will the test take exactly? Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo. What do you consider the role of a lawyer to be? Well, defending people, of course. Well said. So, let's have you defend someone. Oh god, here we go. Huh? Your timing is perfect, in fact. There's an app trial about to begin later today. No advocate has been appointed for the defense as yet, so this will be welcome news. Today? Straight away? If you manage to secure a verdict of not guilty, you'll have passed my test. Oh boy. What could be simpler? How do I get myself into these situations? Well, could I ask, what sort of trial is it, Lord Strongheart? Yes, good question. Oh, I remember. Oh, fuck. It's a murder trial. A murder? An extremely simple case, I understand. You really can lose. That's easy to say. But I should mention, just in case, if the defendant is found guilty, he will of course be sentenced to capital punishment. As if there's any other kind of trial. Oh, capital punishment? He'll be put to death? Here in Great Britain, murderers are sent to the gallows without exception. Ching! Presumably you read that much in your short C-based introduction to British law. We can't possibly agree to such a test. You would be toying with a man's life. I am the Lord Chief Justice, and I've decided it's acceptable. But you can't do that, can you? There's no need to overcomplicate this. All you have to do is ensure that you don't lose. Just don't lose, forehead. Just don't get not guilty. So the defendant may live or die, depending on how well I perform in court. If I lose, he'll be hanged. Mr. Naruhodo, you have come to me claiming to be a lawyer. If you want me to take you seriously, you need to prove you're willing to do a lawyer jobs. And you say you intend to see through the will of your compatriot, Mr. Asoki? I would like to understand just how far you're willing to go in order to make that happen. He's testing my resolve. What's the matter? You have fallen silent. I'm sorry, but time is pressing. The trial begins shortly. I need an answer from you now. What's it to be? What did I say? Do I agree to this absurd test? I'll do it. Alright then, if I have to give you a decision now, my answer is... I can't do it, I can't get the words out? 15 seconds. Your decision making needs work if you want to be a lawyer. That was too slow. So, it's as I suspected, is it? Sorry? You have noble intentions, but lack the resolve to see them through. The test is cancelled. Thank you for stopping by. Go and acquire your ticket for passage back to the east tomorrow. This conversation is over. Yes, Lord Strongheart. Thank you for offering me a chance. Wait, just like that? Mr. Naruhodo. I'm sorry, Miss Susato. But what could I do? Well, bye! Game's over! It's alright, I understand. You do? It's not an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances. The resolve has absolutely nothing to do with it. What are you trying to say, madam? I think what Miss Susato means is that no matter how badly I like to be recognized as a lawyer and stay here in Great Britain, to risk another man's life by treating his one and only chance at a trial so trivially would be utterly unforgivable, and I feel exactly the same way. I'm sure the defendant won't see this trial as a test, as some kind of experiment. A lawyer may fight for his clients in court day after day, but for each one of those clients, the particular day they stand in the dock may be the only chance they have to fight to prove their innocence. Susato is a top-tier assistant? For sure. No, I was wrong. I'm not qualified to do that job yet. I'm sorry for wasting your precious time, Lord Chief Justice. Wait, Mr. Naruhodo. Objection! Wait! Oh, was there something else? It's approximately 20 minutes by carriage to the Old Bailey from here. If you leave immediately, you should still be there in time. But I just said that I was quite serious in what I told you. The defendant in this case has literally no one to advocate for him. What? At this point, he can hope to find someone to represent him. The trial will begin without defense. And if that happens, there's only one possible outcome. Dead. He will receive the most severe sentence the judge can pass down. But that's awful. But that is the truth. Why does it have to be like this? Please don't expect an answer to every question. The cold, hard truth of the matter is that there is only one person now with a chance to save this man from a very miserable end. That is you. I'm really his only hope. So, what do you say now, madam? Me? What do you mean, Lord Strongheart? You said it wasn't an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances, and I agree. But in my estimation, it is purely and simply a matter of resolve. Oh. Our time is up here. I have a meeting to attend. I must leave in 2 minutes and 16 seconds. So, venture into our great city and enjoy yourselves. Enjoy? How can we enjoy? He's gone. The Old Bailey. Ah, we are going. If we are going to do this, Mr. Naruhodo, we must leave at once. The Old Bailey, London's highest criminal court with an illustrious past. The Old Bailey, this is where I'm here to take my test and prove my worthiness as a lawyer. Hey, it looks the same. 9:45 a.m. at the Old Bailey defendant's antechamber. Oh, thank goodness we're in time. There's still 15 minutes until the trial begins. I never knew a horse-drawn carriage could go so fast. I thought my teeth were going to rattle loose. Did you hear what I said to the driver when we climbed aboard? Get us to our destination in 5 minutes, driver. And there's a guinea in it for you. So you ready to meet the London prosecutor? The London prosecutor. I wonder how it's gonna look like. We had Pain look alike with Ouchie. Oh, Guinea's money? It's one of my favorite lines from the Sherlock Holmes stories, and it worked quite perfectly. I'm not sure why you're so pleased. I thought we were going to die. And we had to pay gold for the privilege? Well, at least we arrived here before the trial started. Yes, I suppose there's that. Anyway, I don't understand it. The court clerk said the defendant should be here, but there's no sign of him at all. Yeah. So this is the Old Bailey. Even this room for defendants to wait in is grand. Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? I'm feeling tense, that's all. This place gives me the same sense of foreboding that I remember from the Supreme Court in Japan. An oppressive air, almost as if the building itself is going to crush whoever is about to be sentenced. It feels like only yesterday that I was the one about to be crushed. Yup. Yes, whoever the man your defend is, I imagine he's feeling very alone at this moment. Top of the morning! Top of the morning to ya, madam, sir. Top of the morning? What is this? Jack's beside? Jacksepticeye? Top of the morning, y'all! What are yous doing following me here? Things are fair desperate, are they? Sorry? Would ya look at those expressionless faces from the east, are yous? We're from Japan, yes. Ah, Japan is it? Right, say no more. So, how much do yous need? What? No, we're just here because... No need to explain, fella. I've been there myself, so I have. No place to go, nothing to eat, barely a penny to your name, and all the while in a strange faraway land. Well, actually, we haven't found a place to stay yet, no. This grant. Let me start by giving you 1,000 guineas. Say nothing now. Huh? 1,000 guineas? Please, Miss Susato, you don't have to shout. But 1,000 guineas is enough to build an entire mansion in the most prestigious area of Tokyo? What? This is nothing to me at all. I like to ensure I have sufficient funds to weather a rainy day. Weather a rainy day, you see? I have enough wealth to build the city of London 2 or 3 times over. Could that much rain even fall in one day? Well, even so, we couldn't possibly accept such a large sum of money. Oh, that hit me in the eye. Hey, don't get me wrong, fella. I'm not giving it to you, no strings attached. I'll be wanting you to do something for me. Oh? To be honest, this is a little embarrassing. The trial that's about to begin, you see, is for me, good self here. I'll be in the dock. So now, what I want you to do is come along with me and stand there beside me. Officially, you'd be my lawyer, but that's just a little detail now. Oh, well, the thing is, don't worry about a thing. All you have to do is stand up there next to me. Nothing more. Otherwise, you see... Oh, this changed. In our band, I hear from Kazuma, it identifies the wearer as a defense lawyer throughout the Empire of Japan. Kazuma Asogi. Aww. He's 52, huh? He's thoroughly an intimidating man. The trial is going to start without me having any kind of representation at all. Such. So it was true? The Lord Chief Justice wasn't just making it all up. I'm terribly sorry to have to ask, but does that mean you're the defendant in this trial? Blustering place, do you not know who I am? Me? One of London's biggest names? Who? No, sorry. We have only just arrived in the city, you see. I see. I suppose it isn't altogether impossible. Beautiful park? A park? What park? Immaculate Park with full of blossoming flowers in the spring and singing birds and whatnot? You donated to the city, I saw I did. Ah, an entire park in central London? Damn, this guy's rich. A city of smiles, that's my vision for London. There's nothing Mac Gilded. Magnus? Mac Gilded wouldn't do for the city. And it's square old people. That's amazing. I mean, really extraordinary. Do I have him now? I do. 48. The defendant in this case is an incredibly wealthy philanthropist with a wonderful reputation in London. I'm to defend him as a test of my worthiness to become a lawyer. But now they have the goal to say I'm a good-for-nothing criminal. Me, Magnus MacGilded. What is the matter with the London police? I ask ya. All right, don't pass out. Mr. Naruhodo. Perhaps now would be a good time to introduce ourselves while the gentleman catches his breath. Good idea. Oh, Mr. MacGill, the thing is, we're actually here in London to study British law. We're law students on a study tour from Japan, you see. So, if you don't have a lawyer for the trial yet, and you'd be happy to put yourself... Hey! And you'd be happy to put yourself in our hands, we'll do our best. What was I after saying, you daft Egypt? Wait, what? You're daft? Eat? I've given you 1,000 guineas to stand up there next to me, haven't I? Well, yes, but I wasn't really offering to just stand up there next to you. Oh, I think I see what's going on here. This guy, man. Sorry? I know what you are thinking. This chancer of a fella claims to have more money than the queen? But if that's true, why the blazes can't he hire the funniest lawyer in all of England? Because he did it! That's the only explanation! Well... Exactly? Not at all. Not at all. Although it is a little strange, to be honest. Why you don't have a lawyer, I mean. That would be the fault of the Reaper. The Reaper? Hey, the Reaper! Sorry, did he just say Reaper? I, the Grim Reaper of the Bailey, Lord Baroque 1 Zeeks. Baroque 1 Zeeks? He's the prosecutor? Lord Baroque 1 Zeeks. Who was the one in, in Phoenix Wright one? Who was the old guy? It was the Baron 2, right? Somebody Baron. Baron 1 something. Who was it again? The old man? One something in, I forgot. One. The prosecutor is the Grim Reaper. Manfred 1 Karma. Oh, yeah. Karma. Manfred. When 1 Zeke stands for the prosecution, they call the accused his sacrificial lambs. And to this day, in every single trial in which he's been the prosecutor, there hasn't been a single lost, let me guess. The accused has been damned. What? So it's reached the desperate situation where there's no one willing to stand in defense against the fella at all. Oh, I'll show him. You could say he's a living legend of the Old Bailey. Oh goodness, Lord Baroque 1 Zeeks. He must be an exceptionally talented prosecutor then. Talented isn't the word you're looking for, madam. It's cursed. Don't tell me this guy's, isn't playing fairly like Manfred. Let me guess. He's gonna rig this fucking trial or something. Cursed. What on earth? The defendant is at summon and his counsel. Please make your way into the courtroom. The trial is about to begin. His counsel, that would be me. Oh, this time. Well then, fella, don't let me down. But I have no idea what is the case about then. I have no idea what is this about. How am I supposed to protect him? But I don't know anything. But I don't know anything about the case exactly. You were talking what happened. Until you showed your face here, I'd made up mind, so I had. Sorry? I had decided I have to defend myself in there. How would that have worked? But then you made an appearance. A student of law, wouldn't you know? This is no accident, I can assure you of that. This is fate. So don't get cold feet now, please. Great. I literally know nothing about the case or about this man who stands accused. In fact, the only thing I do know is that I can't just turn my back on him. Mr. Naruto, the man has no one. He'll have to stand alone in that courtroom, armed with nothing to defend himself. Yes, something that Kazuma would never have allowed to happen. Counsel for defense, what are you doing? You're late for the start of the trial. You will lose your right to stand. I'll be right there. It's about to go down. It's happening, then. My first trial in a British court. I hope you're watching over me, Kazuma. Because I have no idea how I'm going to manage this. Alright, trial time. Oh, shit. 18 February, 10 a.m. The Old Bailey courtroom. Damn fires, baby. What the fuck? Who are they? So this is the highest court in Great Britain? The Old Bailey? The centuries of history in this place is palpable, isn't it? It's so different to the Supreme Court in Japan. It feels both imposing and serene at the same time. The atmosphere almost makes words redundant. Whether the country determining a person's guilt or innocence is always a solemn affair. Oh, I have the katana with me. I get to keep it. May I say something, Mr. Naruto? Oh, yes, what? Your eyes look ready to pop up out of your head again. He's not. He's so scared. I know, but I just can't help it. The anxiety. Whoa! That's the prosecutor? He looked like Edward. Was it Edward? Edgard? Edward. Edward, right? No shot. Edward? 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 In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. We are here today to determine the guilt or innocence of Mr. Magnus MacGilded. I now call upon the council, Edgeworth, and I don't really see the similarity. You don't? You got the hairstyle kind of looks the same in a way. Kinda. I now call upon the councils for the prosecution and the defense to declare the willingness to proceed. The prosecution is fully prepared. That must be the Reaper of the Bailey. The Reaper. He really does look fully prepared to dispatch his next poor victim. I'm meffing. And now I'm back. Poor victim to the underworld. Counsel for the defense. You appear to be Eastern. Do you speak English? Mr. Japanese? No English? Not at all. This Dracula looking motherfucker. Huh? Oh, yes, of course, sorry. But he's asked if the defense was ready. And I couldn't be further from ready if I tried. He's like Dracula, a vampire. Those eyes please me. Nipponese? Nipponese? They shroud your fear, your doubt, your trepidation. Trepidation? What does trepidation mean? That means Japanese? Nipponese? They run wild, clinging to some phantom notion of courage. The quintessential look of sacrificial lamb. A cold chill just ran down my spine, all the way to the tips of my toes. Now, Mr. MacGilded. I do miss the old judge because he was so funny and you know he was so funny. Yes, my lord. This guy looks kind of serious, but we'll see if I can make him laugh or something, or you know, be surprised. Is that accused of murder, a capital offense? You could be sent to the gallows if found guilty. Are you quite sure you wish to entrust your defense to this foreigner? As I've always said, my lord, this is a grand thing to give opportunities to the young. Even if the fellow is a student from some little island off in the Far East, it's not the British way to ignore the dangers to yourself and give those less fortunate a fair chance. I like to think that acts of chivalry do the great British Empire proud. Listen to MacGilded. What a fun gentleman London has in him. Did you hear that he donated £5,000 to the government the other day? £5,000 is nothing. Mother, please. I couldn't read it. It was so fast. Please, maybe go and play in MacGilded Park. Seems as though everyone in the public gallery is firmly behind Mr. MacGilded. It's definitely a welcome news, and he certainly has a way with words. I'm surprised he couldn't convince anyone to defend him. Eloquently put, Mr. MacGilded, and most laudable sentiments. Now, £5,000 is a lot back in whatever this is. Yeah, it is, I swear, I bet. I wonder if I can go a bit faster though. Oh, next time. Oh, that's why it took so long. Late 18s. What is this? Storming into the place of autoplay, allowing you to progress through the game automatically without having to press any buttons? What? Why? The answers to questions, presentation of evidence, extra, all handled on your behalf? What the fuck? This is not. Then why would you buy the game if you let the game play for you? What? Bruh. That you 6 members of the public have been selected for your impartiality. Are you ready to proceed? Yes, my lord. If the task is to send brothers to the gallows where they belong, I'm more than ready. Juror number 1. At the manor, his lordship always says we should dispose of rubbish promptly. Naturally, I agree. What is this guy's face? It looks familiar. I'm pretty sure we saw this face in the trilogy before, right? Huh. Any criminals here will soon be wishing they never set eyes on me. I know, I'm pretty sure I know that face somewhere. Wait, what the? He's drinking? He's drinking in the car. I feel chill. There's a granny. Don't mind me, my dears. I'll just be getting on with my knitting. Must finish these meats for my grandson. No idea. Mr. Naruto, those people are the jury. Yes. That's something we don't have in Japan yet. That's right. I only ever read about it. Here in Great Britain, the court's final verdict depends on the opinions of these 6 jurors. What? That's new, right? We didn't have that in trilogy at all, or did we? No, we didn't. The judge passes a sentence according to the law, but the jurors determine guilt based on their common sense. So in the way, so I have to win theirs. I have to get on their side to win this. Looks like. Yeah, determine guilt based on common sense. So I need to convince them. So the defendant is ultimately judged from 2 completely different points of view. How exactly do the jurors give their verdict? That I don't know, but so you could easily rig this, you know. You just pay them and you could easily rig this. I'm sure it will become clearer as this trial progresses. Yes. Prosecutor 1 Ziggs. My lord. It's been a number of years since we've seen you here in the courtroom. I thought you renounced your fame. I'm known as the Reaper of the Bailey, my lord. Infamy rather than fame, I would say. But yes, 5 years have passed since I last spread my wings in this capacity. 5 years? Oh yeah, how old is he right now? 32? 32. So, what brings you back? Is there some change of circumstances of which the court should be aware? I do like, this game, animation and everything. They have so much, they have like really improved compared to the trilogy. I know the trilogies are old games, super old games, but this animation and everything, I love it. I leave that to your imaginations, my lord. And the new things in this game, like the Sholmes thingy, you have to, it's cool too. So the Reaper has been out of action for 5 years. Why did he have to choose today of all days to make a comeback? Don't lose heart, Mr. Naruhodo. As you wish, sir. The court nevertheless welcomes your return. Now then, opening statements, I think. A summary of the case, if you please. Certainly, my lord. As your lordship is aware, this is a case of overwhelming simplicity. You must be the only ones in here who aren't aware. Oh, he's holding a sword too, I think. The incident took place in the late evening, 3 days past. The hour was some minutes after 10. The victim was a maker of building bricks, then known in the community as thrice-fired mason. Sorry? Thrice? He was a very accomplished craftsman. The bricks he fired were said to be almost indestructible. Oh, it was that. The victim's corpse was discovered in an omnibus in service of the streets of London at the time. A dagger that had been thrust into the victim's abdomen is believed to be the ultimate cause of death. Here is their autopsy report from the investigating medical officer at Scotland Yard. Thank you, Crown's Counsel. I should accept that and the photograph as evidence. Report prepared by the Scotland Yard coroner. It gives the cause of death as internal hemorrhaging caging. It's a result of a single stab wound to the abdomen. A photograph of the victim taken on the omnibus, the knife in his abdomen is clearly visible, but his face is partly obscured from view by an old crooked hat. Another further item of evidence. The prosecution wishes to submit these as well. Gloves. With blood on them. And these are... Good lord! Is that blood, counsel? Yes, my lord. Seized by a policeman who arrived at the scene. These gore-soaked gloves were taken from the hands of the accused, when he was arrested. What? Mr. Immaculate gloves had blood on them? Well, that's not good. Yes, I will accept these as evidence as well. The leather gloves at the defendant was wearing at the time of the incident, there is a blood stain on the right glove. How do I get into this? Let me check them now. Thrice fired Mason, male 54, brickmaker, 50 February 10 p.m. to 11 p.m. Stabbed once in the abdomen with a knife whilst joining into an omnibus. Died due to internal, resulting from the trauma. Already I can see there's a missing button. It's gonna be a you know, probably a hint. What else? Is he missing an eye? Can't quite tell. That's all I can see for now, at least. Interesting. This is definitely blood, isn't it? Not the most pleasant sight to be confronted with on our first day in London. But nothing will come out of grumbling now. No, by the way, is Mr. McGill right-handed? Yes, I believe so. He was toying with a coin in his right hand a little earlier. Ah, pity. If only he'd been left-handed. Thin blood on either gloves would be fairly incriminating, really. Okay, nothing. I'm back into a corner before I even started. Continuing. According to the driver of the omnibus, there were only 2 passengers traveling inside his vehicle at the time. Only 2. Obviously, one of those passengers was the deceased brickmaker Mr. Mason, and the other, Mr. McGilded, the other, was the accused, Magnus McGilded! Well, rather damning circumstances, to say the least. Already this looks like we are screwed. Defendant, what say you? Well, of course, I have no recollection of such a thing. Mr. McGilded! To be sure, I rode down omnibus that evening, but whenever I'm in a carriage, I'm taken with a fierce tiredness, and I always succumb to it. Are you claiming to have been asleep? Strongheart told you it's a simple case, you can't lose. Fuck you, Strongheart! This is the motion of the carriage, my lord. Little thing. So it is, and when I open my eyes again, 'twas a desperate sight before me. The body of a man I'd never laid eyes on before in me life. Now I ask you, what a good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to help a fella bleeding from his stomach. I wasn't about to start worrying about me gloves now, was I? I reached out to give the man a hand. So the blood got onto the gloves then after the man had been killed? That doesn't make sense though. Because helping a man, but best way to help a man is, you know, just leave it, the blade in. Like, I would understand if the blade is pulled out and, you know, you need to put pressure on it with the hand. Yeah, that way you could help him, but the blade is still intact, so... What? Yeah. And the only blood area is only in here. So why would you... Unfortunately, that statement of the drivers is only the beginning. What? That's not all of it? Oh, I love it. Dude, it is kind of like Edgeworth again, in a way. There were multiple witnesses to the precise moment at which the brickmaker was fatally stabbed. Order! 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 I wish I could speak the British accent somehow. When the killing took place, only the victim and the accused. I know water. Water. I mean water? Water. And the killing took place, only the victim and the accused were inside the carriage. And there were witnesses to the crime. This is not just a case of compelling evidence. It's the nail in the coffin for the accused. Thank you, counsel. The circumstances of the crime have been made quite clear. I think we will hear testimony from these witnesses first of all. Your wish is my command. Bailiff, bring the witness in at once. What the? Okay. Witnesses, your names and occupations. My name is... Well, everyone calls me Peppo. Peppo? I drive an omnibus in the East End. Bruce Fairplay. Bruce Fairplay? I'm a banker in the city. My name is First. Lady First. No way! For real? No fucking way. Lady First. So good. So good. I make hats for gents. Let's begin by confirming the facts. 3 days ago, at a short time after 10 o'clock in the evening, Ace attorney name is Ben. All of you present in the stand were in an omnibus and witnessed to the aforementioned incident. Is that correct? Yes, sir. Quite right. Yes, sir. That's right, sir. Very well then. Let's proceed to your formal testimonies, please. Each of you will tell the court precisely what you saw. Alright, testimony time. What the witness saw? Witness says, it was the last bus of the evening, so I had a few customers. I remember it well. The victim and the man accused of killing him were sat next to each other inside the bus. Then out of the blue, the accused just reached over and plunged a knife right into his guts. That's right. He stabbed him. I screamed I did. I couldn't help it. As soon as I heard the scream, I stopped my bus and then I saw it too. On ambitious testimony, I must say. Exactly, my lord. This man witnesses the incident in the omnibus with their own eyes. I'd like to ask a question, if I may. Yes, counsel. Well, this testimony makes absolutely no sense to me whatsoever. Why not? Well, the incident took place inside a moving carriage, didn't it? As has been clearly stated from the outset, yes. Well, in that case, how could those two witnesses possibly have seen what happened? There's no way they could have seen the inside of the moving carriage. How quaint. I read that civilization in the Eastern Island nation was a good century behind our own. But you're here in London yourself. Are you really so ignorant about our omnibuses? Bruh. Bruh. Huh? Tell me, my Nipponese friend. Have you ever even traveled in an omnibus? Well, no. We only arrived in London this morning. No matter. I have arranged for us all to see for ourselves. The actual scene of the crime, that is. What do you mean? The actual scene? How? A carriage is designed to be moved after all. Presumably you understand that much. Yes. The omnibus in which this bloody crime took place is here today, in this very building. Here? Nani? The entire carriage? Bailiff! Bring forth the stricken omnibus. Stricken? Hey, the cover of the game episode. So that's an omnibus. The omnibus. I can't believe they could bring something so enormous in here. Great Britain's courtrooms are amazing. As you can see, the omnibus is pulled by 2 horses and can carry up to 8 passengers. 4 passengers seated inside in the enclosed cabin and another 4 on the rooftop deck above. Every Londoner knows that the best views of the city, architecture and sights are to be had from the top of an omnibus. I've never been to London before. I would love to be, one day visit to London. And I should point out to our foreign guests that there's a skylight in the roof. Oh! Allowing a view of the interior from the seats above. Oh, a skylight. Oh! You never been to England either? I would love to try. The penny drops at last, I see. These 2 gentlemen were occupying the rooftop seats and this omnibus when the murder took place. This is how they came to witness the grim incident. Through the skylight. That makes perfect sense. Well, cancel. This is a first. In all my years behind the bench, I have never experienced the crime scene itself being brought into the courtroom. There are a number of important clues remaining inside the carriage, my lord. I would like to submit the omnibus itself as an evidence. That is the prosecution's wish. Oh, that's fake hair. Very well, I see no reason why not. This omnibus is hereby formally accepted as an evidence. Can I investigate it? The 8-seater omnibus that was the scene of the crime, there were passengers both inside the carriage and on the roof deck that night. I can't believe the entire crime scene entered as evidence. Alright, here we go. Well, let's open the door and go inside, shall we? Ugh, the scene of a murder. It's horrible. Now here we go. Already? This seat has a handle, it seems. This looks like all sorts of equipment that might be needed to keep the omnibus running. Beating tops, tools to repair the wheels, blankets, horseshoeing tools. It's a storage compartment for the coachman to keep his things, it seems. There doesn't seem to be any space for passengers to stuff their luggage, that's for sure. Well... What if the killer was hiding inside there? I do imagine it would be very convenient for that purpose anyway. There's still more? Oh, no. Ah, that's a poster for the great exhibition that's due to start 6 months from now. There's a lot of focus being drawn to the Crystal Tower, the centerpiece of the whole exposition of the Crystal Tower. It's under construction already, I believe. People all over London must be feasting with excitement at the prospect of such a grand event. Ah, that's a poster for the great exhibition that's due to start 6 months from now. There's a lot of focus being drawn. Okay. Same thing. That's blood that's soaked into a seat. The victims obviously. Yes, and that seat would be clearly visible from the roof deck. Should really stab someone's body in full view of the other passenger like that, I wonder. But it was after dark, and there was a lamp on in here, so perhaps the culprit couldn't see anything outside through their skylight. Sure, the way you look at it, it doesn't seem like it was a planned attack. This is the roof deck of the omnibus. Oh, you must have a wonderful view of the London streets up from up here. So people sit all the way up here on a bitter winter nights with the cold air rushing past them. They have to pay money to do so? Brr, I can imagine how cold it must feel. That just made me think of something horrible. Can you imagine being dragged around the city in the freezing cold as a punishment? Perhaps that is the real price you paid to stay out late. I don't think I see anything in here though, right? Yes, Great Britain is simply extraordinary. Could help myself a lot by giving that omnibus a thorough examination, seeing as it is here. I did though. Let's continue with proceedings then. Your cross-examination, Counsel. Pray don't expect this Nipponese stray to understand the intricacies of the British court's cross-examination rights. Alright, my first cross-examination in a British court. Ching! Focus! Ryunosuke. Focus! Focus! Alright.
Hold it!
Yes, I think it was sometime after 10, wasn't it? Oh yes, that's right, sir. Yes, you were so cold. It was, sir, freezing. In fact, did you examine the back of the omnibus? The back? No! No way! No way! Phoenix Wright omnibus? Yo! Yo! Just a little Easter egg? That's cool. And you had 4 passengers on board at the time, is that correct? Yes, that's right. They're all traveling in the same part of the bus, of course, though, no. And there were no other passengers when the incident took place. No one alighted, for example. You're quite right with that, sir. No other passengers like that. No, none. So nobody fled the scene of the crime then. I have to say, the boss insists on it running. He does every evening. That last bus of the day. But I do wonder sometimes if it's altogether worthwhile. Yes, sorry to say. What do you mean by that? Well, what's with it being so cold and everything and only making 20 pence on the run, you see? Yes, I spent that much at the pub on the way home just trying to warm up again. Poor old man.
Hold it!
You saw them through the skylight in the roof of the carriage. That's right. When you sit up on the top deck, the window's right there at your feet. There was a lamp inside, so I had a pretty good view. The two of them were wearing hats, and I couldn't exactly make out their faces. But there's not a shred of doubt in my mind that it was Mr. McGill. Why is that? And how can you be so sure? Well, how can I put it politely? McGilded is a gentleman of a rather small stature. Could have mistaken him for anyone else. Let's not forget that when the vehicle came to a halt, the only people inside the enclosed cabin were the deceased Mr. Mason and Mr. McGill. There's no room for doubt here. I really wish there was. Then out of the blue, the accused just reached over and plunged a knife right into his gut. You actually saw the exact moment it happened? Didn't I already testify to that? Or are fair dinkum hardworking city bankers not considered trustworthy these days? Oh, no. I didn't mean that. This is no good. I have really got this back up. Perhaps you could just... Wait. Perhaps you could just tell us what you saw in a little more detail if that's... My lord! Juror number 3. What's the meaning of this? My mind is made up, my lord. Completely another made up? What? Already? Made up about what? I don't like this thinking rich never have. They're always up to something or the other that they shouldn't be. Every one of them. And that little leperange of a man is no exception. Well, he can't fool me. What the? Oh, shit. Oh, that's how it works. There's no point wasting... Leprechaun? Oh, leprechaun? Leprechaun. There's no point wasting time listening to any more of this. That's my opinion on the matter anyway. Hold it! That is precisely what I was about to say. Oh, you too? Oh, fuck. 2 out of 5 already. Or 2 out of 6, was it? 2 out of 5, right? As the foreman of the jury, it's my duty to set a good example to my fellow jurors. 6? Okay. There are 6. Okay. So we have a chance. What the? What is happening here? Let me see. Yes, it seems that's how the members of the jury gives their verdicts. Just like that, they don't. Oh my god! With fire? Apparently, yes. The white for innocent and black for guilty. As the 6 members of jury make up their minds about the case. Like I said, this is a rigged system, man. You could just pay them, you know, for, it's guilty, and GG. One by one, they each cast a ball of fire into the great scales of justice, as we saw a moment ago. So if those enormous scales fall completely to the black side, does that mean... Let's do our very best to make sure that doesn't happen. Now I'm even more worried than I was before. Very well. The court acknowledges the change in the jury stance. Counsel for the defense, please continue with your cross-examination. It's a nightmare. You stab him?
Hold it!
You scream? You stab him, you say? And you were sitting up on the roof deck, were you? Yes, that's right. I was up on the roof seat. I remember seeing the little gent sitting next to the fellow that was stabbed. I've been thinking about a new hat design, you see, so I was just gazing absent-mindedly around. But then, I happened to look down through the skylight.
Excuse me!
Oh! Oh my god. My fault! What are you fast-seeking for now? That last statement appears to have given you a pause for thought. Not really. By the way, you always seem to be looking into the side one way or another. Do you have some affliction? Not really. He's not really willing to say anything, it seems. It's none of your business anyhow. Alright, I kinda fucked up.
Hold it!
Let's listen to the end. But then I happened to look down through the skylight. It was sticking right out from his belly. That huge great knife. A grim sight indeed. Oh, that didn't help me at all. Oh, fuck. The jury looked like they're even more convinced by the client did it than they were before. That appears to have made everyone even more dubious than Mr. McGill is telling the truth. If only we had some evidence to counter their suspicions. Mr. First. But I don't have any evidence right now. Oh, yes? Yes, sir? Is this the knife you saw? Oh, good grief. Yes, that's it. The very one, sir. Is that... Yes, counsel. This is the blade that was driven into the victim's belly like a stake through the heart. That is a blade of considerable size, counsel. It is. And furthermore, the scabbard is emblazoned prominently with a certain initial. The letter M, which seems oddly familiar. Ugh, please, no. M for Magnus perhaps, or Mac Gilded possibly. Take your pick. Hey, Mason is... wait. M is Mason though, you know, it could be his own blade. Oh, hey, what if... It's Mel Strongheart! It's Mel Strongheart! M! Seems this particular big name in London made a magnificent mistake.
Objection!
But there are M's everywhere. Yes. Like in Mason. What if it's actually W for Woomba? Woomba. Mason, see, I said. Objection. This place is far too extravagant for a poor brickmaker to have owned. No, this weapon of murder almost certainly belongs to the accused. Not conclusive, but certainly compelling counsel. A large knife that was found lodged into the victim's abdomen, its quality and fancy ornamentation suggest it must be quite valuable. My lord, if you'll forgive the interruptions. No. M. An ornate leather M. Undeniably Mr. Magnus Maculate's initial. And it's beautifully gilded too. It must be very valuable, I should think. Ah, what is it? Look at this M. If you turn it upside down, it becomes a W. This could change everything? A W? Yes, this is one of those, you know, turnabout cases. I'm sure of it. I'm afraid I don't know at all, but what I'm sure of is that this is an M. Oh, well, that is the idea was quickly quashed. Well, that's... That part is the shit, isn't it? Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, sorry, yes. I just don't really like blades. Oh, those don't seem like the words of a man with a large katana slung from his waist. It's not a blade, that's Kazuma's soul. Anyway, there's no sense in delaying it. Let's see what the blade looks like. Ugh, that looks like a lot of blood. It sure is blood. Look like blood. The victims. Ugh, an Englishman's blood looks like a lot like a Japanese man's blood. Did you think it wouldn't? It wouldn't? Sorry, it's just that we have only just arrived here in Great Britain. I'm finding it a little hard to adjust. Yes, I do understand. Think that's all. Uh-oh. Oh no. Juror number 2, go on. Mr. Maculate is a pillar of society and a gentleman. And a gentleman's word should be sacrosanct. However, those of us in the service know we must accept hard truths. Wait, what are you about to do? Dispose of the rubbish! That's 3 out of 6 now. No! I don't wish to cause offense, but I do like to eradicate all traces of filth and crime. Oh no. I have painstakingly typed every word uttered here today and cross-referenced all the facts. As such, I am now in position to draw the logical conclusion. I'm screwed. I'm screwed. Not again. That's 4 out of 6 jury members who have proposed a guilty verdict. There are only 2 left. Marcus! We had it. Every time I press these witnesses for more information, I just make the situation worse. Nevertheless, what we need more than anything at the moment is more information. We are still very much in the dark. I suppose I just have to keep pressing the witnesses, knowing that more sparks may fly. Can they press again though? You know, press again for the not guilty? Or is it just press once and that's it? Can those jurors press again for the innocent? We mustn't give up hope that we'll uncover something that will give us a way to fight back. But alright, I'll keep trying. I can't give up. I just need to keep calm and listen to the witnesses' statements again. Wait, wait, come on. I didn't... Yeah, there we go. This is the last one, right? Yeah. And then, let's hear for the last one. What exactly did you see? Oh, well, sir, that would be... The passenger, sir, yeah, collapsed on the floor he was. On the floor? On the floor? Hold up. Collapse on the floor? No, that's wrong. But the passenger, yeah. And then the other passenger, can I present? I cannot present. And then the other passenger had that knife in his hand, like this. But the other passenger, obviously you are referring to the accused, Mr. Magnus McGilded. And then he plunged down like this, stabbing the other passenger in the belly. But then, it doesn't make sense for the blood. Maybe... What? My lord, I wish to speak. Uh-oh. Yes, juror number 5. Do I take it that you too? As the master of the London Guild of Coachmen, the idea of murder being committed in one of those city's carriages is utterly abhorrent to me. It wouldn't be right to make a decision before hearing all the facts, though. I said to myself. No! But I heard enough now. The horse has bolted, as they say. No, please, just keep an open mind a little long. Cheer up now, Silver Blaze. The finish is in sight. One more! The granny, right? The granny. Beppo is a long-standing member of the guild, and I trust what the man says. Oh, thank you, sir. You're too kind, sir. This is too unkind, sir. Which now means that 5 jurors agree to condemn this man. Granny! 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 Don't do it! Madame juror number 6. Yes, dear? What can I do for you? You have heard the testimonies of the witnesses in the stand. Oh yes, I certainly have. Still got my hearing, you know. Then pray tell, why are you yet to pronounce your leaning? Well, dear, the thing is, I'm a creature of habit, me. I always go to the park at around this time of day and sit on a nice bench and get on with my knitting. There's a lovely little park near where I live. Immaculate Park, it's called. The gentleman donated to the city, you know, to put a smile on Londoners' faces, he said. I can't imagine such a fine young gentleman would have it in him to take another man's life. He's always doing wonderful things for the city. That's right. A man like that wouldn't stab someone. Surely. Mother, maybe we go to Immaculate Public Library after later and borrow some more books? How many Londoners live with their heads in the clouds? Do you people not know? What kind of man Magnus McGilded really is? Ooh, the song. What kind of man is he? The philanthropist Magnus McGild has enough wealth to purchase the entire city he claims to value so highly. This is your first time hearing his theme? I think so. This is the first time. I don't think I heard this before. But where did all that wealth come from? Nice, you like it? Yeah, you like very gothic? Fits for him, this Mr. Dracula. Your client is a Shylock, sir. One with the very darkest of souls. What? Stone the crows? McKill lends money at extraordinary rates of interest, so his victims have no hope of repaying him. When they default, he takes possession of everything they own. He's a vulture that preys on the weak. I never heard any mentions of that before. Your faculties haven't deserted you, I'm sure, madame. So, has this thought not crossed your mind? Would a man wealthy enough to buy London in its entirety not have a carriage of his own? What possible reason could this man have had to make use of a public omnibus service? You're not saying that the victim, a poor brickmaker, had next to nothing to his name, save considerable financial liability. It will come as no surprise that his creditor was the accused, Magnus MacGilded. But let it also be known that the very day Mr. Mason was killed was the final repayment date for his debts. Good gracious! The brickmaker was destitute. He had lost his whole house. He had not a shilling with which to repay his debts. And in the end, this pitiful soul had the very last thing he owned taken from him. His life. By the merciless philanthropist, pretender, Magnus MacGilded. I don't believe it. If I might add something briefly, Miss Susato, you claim that the victim had been lent money by MacGilded. But where is the evidence to support your claim? Wait, where did that come from? I didn't see the bottle before, did I? I'm pretty sure there was no bottle before. Pray, forgive the discourtesy of filling my hallowed chalice in a court of law. Aha, there it is. Lord 1-6 hallowed chalice. This guy's drinking wine. I love 1-6, he's so extra. Hi, trade up! How can this be considered acceptable? But I find myself in unexpectedly good humor. I had heard the ladies from the Far East could show great courage, but I didn't expect you to experience it myself. As judicial assistants to the defense, I am simply doing my job. What a pity that your display of courage is in vain. This is the debtor's ledger, which details all monies loaned by the accused. You will find the victim's name clearly recorded inside. Oh, allow me to present this ledger as evidence. And pray forgive the discourtesy of raising my chalice in a toast to the enigmatic East at the same time. A marvelous toast, counsel. I will gladly accept this new evidence. Catalog of people who had borrowed money from the defendant at a higher rate of interest. It includes the victim who owned 20 guineas. Ah yes, 20 guineas. The victim owed a considerable sum. This portfolio must contain all sorts of secrets of London gentry. Oh dear, do you really think we ought to look inside? Well, it's not as though we know any of London's gentry personally, is it? Apart from our great detective friend, perhaps. Actually, I wonder. Assure you, we will not find Mr. Sholmes' name inside. Well, let's see what we find. Mr. Sholmes? I can't even read this shit. Gosh, it's crammed full of gentlemen's names, isn't it? Well, I suppose they're probably not all gentlemen at all, are they? After all, not everyone in this country is well off. Oh, goodness! What is it? Look at this! Do you see the name here? Bruce Fairplay? Should that mean something to me? That's what the fuck do you mean? You know, of course it means. Bruce Fairplay, the witnesses testify at this very moment. Oh yes, of course, the banker. Why is his name in here? Oh, he borrowed 20 guineas, did he? Hey. And look, the repayment date is fast approaching. It's possible that this is just a coincidence, of course, but this could be very useful information. Bruce Fairplay. And the accused made it quite certain he had ample recompense. Well, it would seem I had the wool pulled over my eyes. Regrettably, madame, that is the modus operandi of the accused. And it's such a pretty little park too. What a scoundrel. Wait! Wait, still? Maybe it's all for the best. Just wait. Oh, wait a minute. Let's think about this a little more before I don't stand for nonsense. No! No! That was it? The last juror's decision. Dame. Antawa, according to this encyclopedia of British law, when all members of the jury have concluded that the defendant is guilty, court proceedings are suspended and the presiding judge will deliver the final verdict and sentence. That's what it says here. The final verdict, it's over then. Oh! There's a footnote though. A footnote? However, the defense... Defense what? All 6 members of jury are now in agreement in this case. Allow me to convey my respect for your swift and righteous decision. According to the laws of this country, I will now conclude the trial by delivering my final verdict. I trust there are no objections. Objection! Miss Susato, just tell me one thing. Oh, yes? You were in the middle of saying something before. The footnote in your encyclopedia of British law, however, the defense. What did it say next? Oh, yes. Of course. One moment. When all members of the jury have concluded that the defendant is guilty, court proceedings are suspended and the presiding judge will deliver the final verdict and sentence. Then the footnote says, however, the defense has the right to demand a summation or examination of the jurors at this point. A what now? Summation examination?
Objection!
Summation examination? From which century has that tome you have there been resurrected? Oh, judging from the finding, I would say that book is at least 50 years old. Any modern text on British law wouldn't even give such a antiquated procedure I mentioned. It is a relic, long forgotten, and certainly no longer practiced. So you're out of luck. Oh. Screwed! What even is it, Miss Susato? This so-called summation examination. Oh, one moment and I'll read about it. So you would demand the right to procedure before you even understand what it entails? Typical Nipponese. Alright, Mr. Naruto, I think I understand. It seems that under this procedure, we would be able to appeal to the members of the jury. To do what, exactly? Appeal to them to change their leaning and reverse their decision. And it says here that if successful, the proceedings of the trial must be resumed. Make them reverse their decision. Yes, in times gone by, barristers would use a summation examination to attempt to influence the jury's decisions. But that procedure became something of a formality with no practical benefit, really. So it rather fell out of use. I wonder why. Because it was devoid of purpose. Devoid. Changing just one member of the jury's mind would be hard enough, let alone several. No self-respecting defense barrister would even assert his right to try in this day and age. Still, I don't see any mention of the procedure actually being formally revoked. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that although it may be antique and largely forgotten, it isn't yet extinct. What did you think, Mr. Naruto? What do you think? A summation examination, our last possible option. Do we assert our right to carry it out or admit defeat? Forget it. The defense wishes to assert its right to summation examination, my lord.
Objection!
Objection. London is the capital city of the most powerful nation on earth. We have a duty to the world to exemplify the very highest standards of a judicial procedure. Summation examinations are an embarrassment that should remain buried.
Objection!
But if it's our right, it's our right. I believe it could prove vital in this trial. The defense's petition is perfectly valid. The court will proceed with the summation examination. This is madness. Foreman, are you and the remainder of the jury ready? I'm not. There was no mention of this in the letter I received, you see. The letter you received? All members of the jury will be asked to explain on what grounds they have reached their decision. On what grounds? You must all justify your decision and explain why you believe the defendant to be guilty. Well, my lord, you're rather putting us on the spot. This is most irregular. No mention was made of this before. This was rigged. They were paid, weren't they? I don't really hold with all this justifying malark. That seems to have thrown the jurors off. Seems none of them have experienced this before. Alright then. The summation examination, a defense procedure no practicing lawyer has attempted for years, is it? Well, just maybe. It might be the opportunity we've been looking for to turn this trial around. So be it then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court hereby calls upon you to state the grounds on which you find the defendant Magnus McGill guilty of this most serious crime. Alright, something new again, huh? Okay. Finding. So can I just, I cannot present or anything yet. There was no one else inside the carriage at the time, so it has to have been him. I trust the driver. He has an excellent memory, it seems. 4 passengers with fares totaling 20 pence. He stuck the chap next to him just like this. Brazen, I must say, absolutely brazen. I have simply typed and collated all the statements made thus far and drawn the logical conclusion. You can trust the guild. Fairest is our motto. We haven't raised prices above 4 pence for years. The scoundrel stabbing that poor man on the floor. It beggars belief. I'm starting to wish I hadn't pushed for this now. Some of the jurors don't seem to have wonderfully formed arguments though, do they? Well, let's see what we can do. We need to get these 6 people to change their minds. I have to throw everything I can at them and use some very persuasive language. Just a moment, Mr. Naruto. According to my book, that's not quite how it works. Oh, I thought I was going to have to dull their icy minds with some heartwarming rhetoric about the defendant. Fortunately, once the jurors have decided the defendant is guilty, they're unlikely to hit anything the defense says. But then they have reached their conclusions by their own reasoning. You see, your pleas will sound like excuses. In fact, it could recoil on you. The more you try to persuade them, the more entrenched they may become. Then what on earth am I supposed to do? Oh dear, I'm just citing what I read about British law, Mr. Naruto. Right, I'm sorry. Do you have any idea how to make this work then? Well, from what I can understand, all words And that's the way to break them down, you mean? Yes, exactly. We must listen very carefully to what each member of the jury says and see if we can identify any contradictory statements. If we can, we'll then contrast the statements and pit the corresponding jurors against each other. What? I see, so it's contradictions in what two or more jurors say that we're looking for? In a way then. This is similar to a regular cross-examination. Oh yes, I suppose you're right. Find contradictions in their statements and pit the jurors against one another to break them down. Alright, I might be able to pull this off. No, that's not right. I will. I have to pull this off. Can we start proceedings, Counsel? I would like ask you to take the stand for this. I'm expecting a clear and a conscious rebuttal. Yes, my lord. Ooh. Hit. Good luck and have fun. What the? There's no one inside else this time, so it has to be him. Press. This is what you have to do, right? Yeah, just find the contradiction and, you know, and pit the jury against the other one. With the other contradiction, maybe. Suddenly, the testimonies we have heard suggest the victim and Mr. McGill were alone inside the carriage. Besides my point. What? Could there be some other explanation, or something we haven't considered yet? Such as? Well, perhaps that's something we could, all work out together now. Now listen here, maybe you don't know how things work around here because you are from foreign climes. But we're here to form our opinions as individuals. And I have... oh dear, he doesn't appear to be in the mood to consider an alternative point of view, does he? Definitely. No, I'm going to have to pit the jurors against one another, like you saw the sun set. Okay, contradictions. With first stolen 20 pence. On the floor, but it's not on the floor though. So how should I... Oh, pit?
Objection!
Those two statements are completely contradictory. I don't know. What? Explain, cancel post haste. Oh, dearie me. I was only needing a jumper from my other half. Pray for the best. What is all this claptrap? What does that contradictory even mean, I ask you? We heard from more than one witness that they allegedly saw the actual moment when the defendant stabbed the victim. Now, out of curiosity, juror number 3. What? Can't you see that I'm busy here? How would you say that the defendant stabbed the victim? What sort of motion was it? Huh? Want to test me, do you? Got it right, I think, right? It was like this, stuck the fellows next to him without even getting up, just like the premium banker said. Yes, that was Mr. Fairplay's testimony, quite true. Now then, juror number 6. Oh, is that me, is it? What can I do for you, young man? How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim, madam? Oh well, dear, as far as I understand it, it was like this. He stabbed the poor man after he collapsed on the floor. The coachman said so. Now, don't move! Take a look at these 2 jurors. He stuck the fellow next to him without even getting up. And he stabbed the poor man after he collapsed on the floor. Well, I never... They're stabbing in totally different directions. What? Bless my stitches, what a model! What this tells us is that there's a strong possibility of one of the witnesses isn't telling the truth. Oh, but why? What the dickens would they lie? I don't know that yet, but what I do know is that if the trial ends at this point, we may never find out. We may never know the real truth. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, can you really let that happen? In all good conscience? Lies, you say? Oh, dearie me. I cannot buy people telling lies. Boop. The scales. I don't believe it. That's right! Holy... Wait! Now hear this, my fellow jurors. I warn you, you cannot listen to this man. Look at him in his black suit. He's clearly some devious Eastern sorcerer using magic on us all. Oh, come on. Am I kind of sorcerer now, witch, huh? If I could use magic, do you really think I'd be putting myself through all this? Answer me this, dark chinks. Huh? Me? What exactly is the problem? What of it if two witnesses have slightly different recollections of events? What of it? Let's say the Shylock did stab the victim as he was sat next to him on the omnibus. This young lady Dandy saw him do it. And now let's say the victim collapsed on the floor and then the Shylock stabbed him again. And this old lady saw him do it. Well, so say it didn't happen like that, Where are you calling Dandy, sir? Why, I should take this knife to you. Who are you calling an old? Why, I should take this needle to you. Ugh, they're ready to kill each other now. But could the foreman of the jury be right? Did the two witnesses see two different moments of the same crime? It's out of the question! Unfortunately, Mr. Foreman. What is it, you dark chinks? Come on, out with it. What you're suggesting is impossible. It's out of the question. What are you talking about, man? How can you possibly say that? You do realize that I'm only doing my job? As foreman of the jury, I have a responsibility to steer everyone in the right direction. So where's your evidence, man? That's what we want to see. I stated two witnesses saw two different moments of the same crime. You say that out of the questions. Show me some proof. Looks like the only way I'm going to convince him is to present him with something he can dismiss. Some irrefutable hard evidence? As you wish. What? I'll give you the proof. It's out of the question that the two witnesses saw two different moments of the same crime as proven by...
Take that!
It's a piece of evidence. Well, Mr. Foreman. Bruh! I failed! Question mark. Why? What the hell? Is it true? You can see he's on the chair though. Didn't they stab? Alright. Yeah. As proven. There's only one stab though, right? Yeah, single stab. There we go.
Take that!
This is the victim's autopsy report. According to what's written here, Mr. Mace was stabbed in the abdomen only once. Only once? It's quite simple. The victim was stabbed precisely one time. Which means these witnesses, yeah, you were hovering over the right answer and then you presented something else. Which means these witnesses can't possibly have seen it happen two different times. Alright, I concede defeat. Nice! Oh, well done, Mr. Haruno, you did it! If you can manage to change 2 more jurors' minds, you can force the trial to continue! 2 more, actually. There's something else that's bothering me about a couple of their assertions. Then that's where you must strike next! So I need to pit 2 more jurors against each other and show there's another contradiction in their assertions. Exactly. You can do it. Well, the scales of justice have shifted, but they still weigh heavy on the side of guilt. Counsel, you have the floor again. Continue with your submission examination. I'm no longer rich, but I despise lives with more. Okay. Simply type Eric Colette. Okay. So my guess is this guy and the woman. Since they're talking about the driver. Who fit first stolen 20 pence? There's 4 drivers. Well, one way to try. Let's see. Above 4 pence for years. Yeah, it doesn't make sense. How do I... This guy. How do I get the other guy? I can't get the other guy. Hit this... Oh.
Objection!
Those 2 statements clearly contradict each other. I was already under him. They do. Explain yourself, counsel. Me? Oh dear, what have I said? The other guy, you mean the guy you already convinced? Not this guy. I already clicked on him, so I didn't realize. I swear on silver places in the main and name. I haven't the first idea what you're talking about. According to the group testimony we have heard so far, there were 4 passengers on the omnibus on the night in question. And according to the coachman, Mr. Pepper, he took 20 pence in fares. Quite right. I have those precise details typed neatly here in front of me. And juror number 5 also told us the following. The fare for the omnibus is always 4 pence. And it is a fair and convenient single price, just the way London's carriages should be operated. But that doesn't add up at all. In fact, it leaves a glaring disparity in the facts. Why, man? Why? 4 passengers paying 4 pence each. If you do the multiplication, it would be 16 pence. Exactly, as I said, it doesn't add up. The figures are different. By 4 pence, in fact, are precisely 1 person's fare. 1 person's fare? There was an extra. Yes, in other words, on the omnibus that night, there were 5! It's distinct possible. There was another passenger that we heard nothing about, who was hiding inside the, you know, in the, what is it called? The, but either way, inside the, under it. Storage compartment? Yes, is my guess. Good gracious. This can't be right. The coachmen of the guild are good, honest men, one and all. Trustworthiness is our watchword. The figures your coachman claims most certainly do not add up. Your watchword, good sir, is a fallacy. I beg your pardon? Mr. Guildmaster, I think you ought to consider that if this trial were to end now, the news will surely spread all over London. The news that one of your coachmen tried to hide the fact that he lets nefarious characters in ride his omnibus. Oh. Alright then, how do I make it so this miserable trial doesn't end, Well, according to my book here, you simply launch a ball of fire onto the innocent side of the set of scales. Now hold your horses there, coachman! We were all in agreement. Why do you have to go and... Wait till I get my hands on you! Peppo! I can see why you... This is a good fucking trial. I gotta say, I love this trial so far. This is so good. Oh, this is all very irritating. Begging your pardon, sir. I'm going to do the same. I like it. I like this. I like these changes, in this old era. For the love of Mike, not you as well. A penny can be the difference between a smile and a tear, after all. I suddenly can't put my trust in someone who doesn't follow my exacting standards in financial matters. Oh, really? I, for one, think it's only proper that we hear from the witnesses again. Wait, that means 4 jurors are now leaning to not guilty. We have done it, Mr. Naruhodo. We have won. What are you playing at, you dandy fool? Shut your trap, sir. No one deceives me. But we had a conscience. I said shut your trap. I know a lie when I see one. And if the chap ever dares to cross the threshold of my shop, I'll take this razor sharp blade. What the hell is licking it? And shave every last hair of his head. Jesus. Pero. Please tell me he's a barber. Jack? The killer? Jack? Telling a quite remarkable turn of events. The defense's summation examination has flipped. Yes. Pero. That is such a good. Fucking. The defense summation examination has flipped the balance of the scales of justice. The jurors now stand at 2 for guilty and 4 for not guilty. Accordingly, there is no longer a largely enough maturity among the jury for me to adjudicate, and the trial must continue. I hereby ask defense, prosecution, and witnesses to return to their places, and I call upon all of you to continue to pursue the truth. Alright. So, Lord 1-6, continue to substantiate the case for the prosecution, if you please. Oh. Bruh. Oh! Okay. Hi, Trey. Having savored the rich aroma of the carmine content of this hallowed chalice, it may seem crass to crush it to dust. Pray forgive the discourtesy. Lord 1-6! Brr, is it cold in here, or is it just me? As your antiquate tome no doubt says, the prosecution may not speak during a summation examination. So I honored a deathly silence, and I listened to this charade. It seems I overestimated the intelligence of the jury. Well, no matter. There is nothing so hard to prove as a self-evident truth, it would seem. No, why else would we grace the courtroom with our presence after all? So, let us proceed to the next round of battle. Oh, now he's serious, huh? Bring forth the witnesses once more! To be continued, or not. Witnesses! I trust you heard the summations, the examination we have just had to endure. Oh, yes, sir. That I did, sir. Of course I heard it. Oh, yes, sir. I heard it. You, sir, on the end. The coachman. I believe it's Beppo. Yes, sir. My lord, sir. If it transpires that in your previous testimony, you were attempting to avail the presence of a fifth passenger on your omnibus, you will be found guilty of perjury. You are advised to bear that in mind, sir. Oh, mio Dio. Mio Dio? Now then, witnesses, I hereby call on you to testify before the court again. You will explain the various misgivings brought to our attention by the defense's summation examination. Perjury, as if that actually exists in this universe. Alright, is this a new one? I only carry. Just about every witness in every game should be found guilty of perjury. Yeah. But no! I only carried 4 passengers that night. I swear it. But, well, I for one was told I had to pay 5 pence for the bus. I filled us on the fare, he did, and then I saw that blood curdling sight as well. It's all too much. I tell you, I saw my kid stabbing that man. Everything is said before stands. I mean, sure, there are a few that are actually being honest, but they're the exception, yeah. Oh, yes, yes, he stabbed him. Yes, he did. I think so, yes. Alright, so my time to cross-examine. Counsel, make sense of this for me, please. The phantom 5th passenger conjured into existence by my learned Eastern friend never existed. The confusion has arisen from the coachman's sly little cozinage. Oh! Peppo, explain yourself! I'm very sorry, Guildmaster. The guild's fare is 4 pence across the board. You know that. Am I to understand? You've been overcharging our passengers by a penny a fare? It's so cold, and the last run of the day is always half empty. You have been dishonest. You have been dishonest, coachman. I'm so sorry. You are a disgrace, Beppo. A disgrace. You are fucking disappointment. Can tell that this game takes place in the really old times because a single penny actually matters to these people. Yeah. When I read this, when I read this, a penny, that's nothing. But back in those days, man. And your selfish actions have brought dishonor on the entire guild. If I may, sir. I had to pay the 10 pence on the bus just last week. What? 4 passenger at 5 pence each is, yes, 20 pence. I've done that like 10 times already. Oh, that was too fast. But I just can't make the results come out differently. No, that figures. Probably slow it down a little bit. Put the auto just in time. Just 1 second. Well, it would appear that one of the aforementioned misgivings has already been explained. So, counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, if you please. We have already had the pleasure of protracted summation examination today. I see you intend to continue the parlor games. Parlor! Absolutely. Alright, so we know that this guy owes is in a debt too.
Hold it!
So there were only 4 passengers on your carriage, but you didn't charge them the standard 4 pence fare. Is that right? It's impossible to make the last run of the day pay. I was so cold. It was all I could do to stop myself passing out. I'm getting chill, Belaine, just listening to you. It was terrible, so I wanted to give myself a pat on the back for giving the... What the hell? This guy?
Excuse me.
Mr. First? Oh, how can I help you, sir? That last statement, did it trouble you in some way? Oh, no particularly, sir, no. If anything, he's troubling me with that hat of his. Has he greased his head? Oh dear, sir. I hope my hat's not troubling you, sir. I'm still just a apprentice, you see. Mr. Hordo, I mean, the witnesses can see what's going on through your mind. You really must be more careful. Oh, I wish it were that simple. Okay. Well, let me, listen till the end, though. Doesn't a dedicated coachman deserve an extra penny per passenger? Sky, man, I don't know. Why does it... You are digging a deeper hole for yourself here. Only there had been a fifth passenger on the omnibus that night, then we would have had another suspect.
Hold it!
Does that mean everyone on board that night paid 5 pence instead of 4? Well, I paid 5 pence too, sir. But... Okay. And I just told you that I did. Flat fare of 5 pence across the board. It's not something to be proud of. The so-called discrepancy my learned friend identified was nothing of the sort. Much like the phantom killer you so desperately needed, it's gone, dead, and buried. I'd have been happy if it had ever existed in the first place. I feel I was on the fair, hit it, and then I saw that, okay. This blood-curdling sight, you mean the murder, I presume? Yes, sir. A loathsome sight, no one should have to witness the horror in the eyes of a man the moment his life is taken. Oh well, not exactly, sir. I mean, I didn't actually see the exact moment that Jen was stabbed. Good gracious, really? We have another witness who did, however, the banker has already testified to it. But Mr. First didn't actually see the point at which the victim was killed. That may turn out to be a very significant. I heard the banker and Jen next to me take a sharp intake of the bread. See, that's when I looked through the car. That's when I saw that horrible blade poking out from his belly, all covered in blood. Every time I see a knife now, I can't help screaming when even when I'm eating.
Hold it!
So you saw the defendant, Mr. McGill, stabbing the victim, Mr. Mason, who was sitting next to him. That's what I said, isn't it? It was bothering me before this was. For just a brief moment, he hesitated before answering the question. Anyway, there was only the two of them inside the carriage, wasn't there? There's been a much talk of fifth passenger, but as yet zero evidence. Then what are we wasting all this time for, eh? It's black and white. The man's guilty. Something about Mr. Fairplay testimony just jars with me. Wish I could work out with what it was.
Hold it!
Earlier, you testified that you saw the moment when the defendant allegedly stabbed the victim, didn't you? Oh yes, that's right. You said that the victim was on the floor and described the assailant holding the knife in an ice pick grip. I suppose. I might have, yes, but put the cart before the horse, maybe. What's this? Well, I'm quite sure about most of it. I was driving the horse when I heard a scream from the seats on the roof deck. Oh, I expect that was me, sir. Then when I turned around, yes, I saw it through the skylight. The gentleman was on the floor and the knife was sticking up out of his midriff. Midriff? That's right, yes, and the fellow holding the handle was the famous man, yes. So in short, you see the moment when the victim was actually stabbed at all? I really thought that I did, but when I go over it again in my head, no, I did. I suppose I didn't actually see the precise moment of the stabbing.
Truth!
Ah!
Excuse me!
Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Fairplay? Now you listen to me. I know what you're thinking. He didn't really see the exact moment the fellow was stabbed. What are the chances of that? Eh? Are you sure? Are you asking me or telling me? He's getting flustered. I might be able to extract some new information from him if I answer him cleverly. Could he have just happened to see the exact moment the crime was committed? No chance. Well, It is a little hard to believe, certainly. Unless you spend your time peeping through the skylight on the top of an omnibus, that is. Peeping? I'm a respectable city banker, I'll have you know. And I know what I saw. I remember it was clear. I remember it as clear as a Ballarat day. It was a grim scene, I don't mind telling you. Thank you, Mr. Fairplay. Oh, excuse me if I was getting a little hot under the collar there, my lord. I would ask you to supplement your testimony with a clear statement about what exactly you saw. Oh, I can do that, alright. I'll tell you just how grim it was. Do you think I forget the sight of those blood-soaked hands? Hands.
Objection!
Blood-soaked hands? Well, I admit that soak might be laying it on a little thick, but anyway, there was definitely blood all over them. But both of them were covered in it. Well, I'm very sorry to disagree, Mr. Fairplay, but that's more than a little peculiar. What? Here are the clothes worn by the defendant, Mr. McGillet, on the night in question. Oh, yes, right. And there certainly does appear to be a sizable dark-colored stain there, but as I'm sure you can clearly see, it's only on the right-hand glove. Oh! In short, Mr. Fairplay, your testimony is inconsistent! But, no, that can't be right! So you're the liar here then! That's right, you were quite clear about it. You said it was both hands. Mr. Fairplay, if your last statement was a lie, it calls your entire testimony into question. You say you saw the moment the victim was stabbed. But is that really the truth? Oh,
Objection!
Objection! It was a simple mistake. You can't just justify accusing this man of lying. Yes, it wasn't both hands. It was only one. But the fact remains. The victim's blood was on the accused.
Objection!
No, Mr. Fairplay categorically stated that he saw blood all over both hands, which means there's a strong possibility that this witness was deliberately trying to mislead the court. Why? Why? I'm a city banker, for pity's sake. My word should be the gold standard. I'm a gentleman, not some gutter snipe. Upstanding members of the society don't prevaricate. He's claiming to have no reason to lie. But is that really the case? Mr. Naruto, if he had some evidence to explain why Mr. Fairplay might be lying, it could turn the tide in this trial completely. Mr. Sure, this man has a complete reason to... yeah. My lord. Yes, counsel. The defense is ready to present evidence. By Jove, are you sure? Yes, evidence that will clearly demonstrate why Mr. Fairplay had reason to lie in his testimony. Ugh. Very well. I hereby call on the defense to present its evidence. This is a list of the debtors who owe money to Mr. McGildet. Yes, a list of innocent victims crippled by the accused extortion. The point is, among the names of these debtors is your name, Mr. Bruce Fairplay. What? Mr. Fairplay, are you currently indebted financially to the accused? No, well, it's barely worthy to being called a debt. According to this lecture, you were owed 20 guineas, not an inconsiderable sum of money, wouldn't you say? Well, what of it? Let's suppose Mr. McGillet were to be found guilty of murder. What would become of your debt in that case? These documents state that the loan agreement is forged between two individual parties. Therefore, were the creditor, the defendant here, to be sentenced to a capital punishment, all outstanding debts which were owed to him would be annulled. They would cease to exist. cease to exist. Mr. Fairplay, is it not the case that you claim in your testimony to have seen something you never in fact saw, in a devious attempt to annul your debt of 20 guineas to the defendant? Order, Mr. Bruce Fairplay. Yes, my lord. Let me ask you again, and be aware that your answer may have most serious implications upon your future, sir. Did you or did you not see the precise moment in time at which the defendant is alleged to have thrust a knife into the victim? Your silence speaks volumes. You did not tell the truth in your testimony. Alright, now let's not make a melodrama out of this. Perhaps I did overstate the truth a pinch. A pinch? But it makes no difference. I definitely remember seeing blood on Macgilda's hands, both of them.
Objection!
And yet only one of the defendant's gloves, which we have here as evidence, is stained. So you keep saying. I wonder if I might be allowed to speak, sir. Go ahead, Mr. First. Well, the thing is, I think I remember seeing it myself as it happens. You think? Seeing what? The blood, sir, on the assailant's hands? I think, yes. I'm almost sure that it was on both of his hands, not just one. What? What? Nani? It would appear that we are going to need further testimonies from all your witnesses. This time, I would like to know precisely what you did and what you did not. Say! Do I make myself perfectly clear? Yes! Mr. Arhodo, this is good news. The course of the trial seems to have shifted slightly at last. Yes. I might finally have a chance to turn things around here. There was blood on both hands of the assailant. I sincerely and distinctly remember that. However, I suppose you might say that I didn't see the exact moment of the stabbing that transpired, if that matters. I remember seeing the knife, and I remember seeing both of the attacker's hands with the blood on them. I didn't actually see anything myself, no, not until I heard that scream. Anyway, the fact remains, there can't have been anyone else inside that carriage, or we all would have seen. Well, lo and behold, in truth of fact, no, not one of you was witness to the crucial moment the crime was perpetrated. I apologize, my lord, but honestly, there was no one else inside that carriage, and the man's hands were covered in blood. That much incriminating evidence is tantamount to saying we saw the man do it. That's really not what the testimony is about. Let us examine the interior of the omnibus once more. The victim's fresh blood is clearly visible on the seat, corroborating the witness's accounts. In other words, there's no substantial nor significant change in the facts of this case. Very well. Your cross-examination, please, counsel. Yes, my lord.
Hold it!
No, the evidence tells us otherwise. We have the gloves the defendant was wearing on the night in question in the court record. I'm well aware of that, sir, but nevertheless, I know what I saw and I stand by it. The man had blood on both his hands. He's defiant, even in the face of hard evidence. He's steadfastly refusing to admit that he might be mistaken about what he saw, but why? The reasoning is dire. One hand or two, the salient point remains unchanged. Minutes after the crime, the victim's blood dripped guiltily from the accused fingers.
Hold it!
Don't try to downplay this. Whether or not you saw the exact moment of the crime is a matter of fundamental importance, as well you know. Oh, but for crying out loud, we all know that no one else could possibly have done it. I was just trying to save us all some time. The Allegro version of the cross-examination theme. Nice. Oh, is it? I don't remember much of the OG one. You have a loan of 20 guineas outstanding with the defendant, do you not? Had you hoped to release yourself from that financial burden by ensuring the defendant was found guilty? It's not entirely not what I was hoping for. I just lost a little guinea or 10 when I backed the wrong horse in the derby, that's all. I was going to win it all back. There's a fixture this weekend, that's a sure thing. A little guinea or 10? I'm a banker, no one bats an eye if I borrow a little spending money for the weekend. I think you may have revealed rather more about your character than you bargained for, sir. It's been the scruples are not on trial here. Proceed to the next witness. Is that really how it's supposed to work? Alright, bathroom break.
Hold it!
Alright. You definitely saw that too? Blood on both hands? Yes, sir. I mean, I know what you're going to say. Only one of Mr. McGill's gloves has any signs of blood on it. That's right. The thing is, as far as I remember, sir, when I looked down and saw Mr. McGill sitting beside the other fellow, I don't believe he was wearing any gloves, sir. He wasn't wearing these gloves. That's correct, sir, and I saw the blood on both his bare hands quite clearly. It's true that the dark color stain on the dark leather gloves wouldn't have been easy to see. I should point out that the police officer who apprehended the accused on the night in question reported that there was no trace of blood on Mr. McGillet's gloved hands. There wasn't blood on his hands? It's puzzling indeed. This must be a significant somehow, I'm sure of it. You didn't see anything? Oh yes, sir. That is to say, no, sir. I didn't. Very sorry about what I said before, sir. Very sorry. Yes, it was very wrong of me to make up stories and say I saw him stab the man. Wouldn't you agree, sir? I know what you're insinuating, but I still wasn't making up stories. Still, to say you saw nothing isn't right either, is it? Nani? Nani? No, sir, saw nothing at all. Mr. Pepper, you were driving your horses. At the very least, you must have enjoyed a good view of London streets, no? Oh, please, you didn't even see that? It was so cold that night, you see. It was all I could do to keep from passing out, sir. Yes, my head was fairly frozen solid. Sorry to say, sir. It seemed prudent to avoid travel on the last omnibus service of London's cold winter nights. Peppo! Ah! We all would have seen.
Hold it!
And everything you saw of the incident was through the skylight on the roof of the omnibus. That's right. It was fearlessly cold at night, but the glass wasn't frosted over. Oh yes, I remember I was shivering. It was so bitter. Which rather begs the question of why the pair of you were sitting on the roof deck in the first place. Well, I don't know about this young fellow, but I couldn't enter the cabin. Oh, why not? It was locked from the inside. I tried knocking, but no one opened the door. It was locked? That's right, and it's a public bus service, but for pity's sake, it's not what I call a fair play. Yes, I had exactly the same experience. I tried to knocking, but the gent inside just gestured at me to clear off, so I had no choice but to climb up to the roof deck and look down longingly into a warm cabin below. And I can assure you, I wasn't just looking down, I was glaring, long and hard. That's precisely why I can tell you with absolute confidence that if there was anyone else at all in that cabin, I would have noticed. Unequivocal, I would say. I'm not sure about these two witnesses. Could they really have seen everything inside the cabin through the skylight? They might not have been able to. Allow me to confirm one thing, Mr. Fairplay. You were riding this omnibus and witnessed the events in the cabin through the skylight in the floor of the upper deck. Is that right? That's right, yes. In that case, there's a portion of the cabin interior that would have been out of sight from you. What? By golly, really? Obviously, at this stage, we can't say for sure. But the possibility cannot be denied that at the time of the incident, there could have been another passenger in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus!
Objection!
Enough hypothetical meandering, my Nipponese friend. The prosecution demands that you substantiate your claims. After all, the scene of the crime is here in the flesh. Very well, I will uphold the prosecution's demand. You will identify the area on this cross-sectional plan of the omnibus. Where exactly in the omnibus are you suggesting that this potential extra passenger could have been situated? Well...
Take that!
Both rows of the seats are on the roof facing the direction of the travel. Whereas the seats in the enclosed cabin face each other, which means the visible part of the cabin which passenger on the roof deck can see through the skylight is as I drawn here. Oh, that's right, my lord. As you can see, the seat opposite the one on which the victim and his attacker were sitting is obscured from view. In other words, if someone had been sitting on that seat, it's quite possible that these witnesses would have been completely unaware of it.
Objection!
Objection! It's quite possible some phantom was sitting there. You Nipponese have a forbidding habit of obscuring the truth with ambiguity. I concur with the prosecution's rejoinder. In a British court of law, evidence is paramount. I cannot entertain this conjecture, counsel. That is, unless you're able to put a name to this mysterious passenger to whom you allude. Can you, Mr. Naruto? A name? I honestly don't know who could it have been. But who could have been in the other seat which was out of sight from the witnesses on the roof deck? I don't know. I have no idea. But Understand, my lord. The defense... Male strong. The male defense would like to put a forward in a name. You are fool. You are a fool. The response was a desperate attempt by a man who has no notion of his own limitations. A toast to hard lessons and not yet learned. Let us not delay, Cancer. The defense is still to name the passenger in the other seat. This could be it. This could be the chance I've been waiting for to turn the trial in my favor. One that night, on the night of the murder, the person occupying the seat in the omnibus cabin that was up secure from the view was... Oh... Oh! Susata!
Take that!
The man himself! Yes, concealed in the blind spot of the cabin that night was none other than this unexpected passenger. What a so-called logic! The victim himself! That's right! Oh, is inside your head? Mr. Arno, our task here is to defend Mr. Carl. Yeah. Hey, I tried to play mind trick, you know.
Got him!
Alright, my guess. It's either of those three. Like he has the driver himself could be though, right? I don't know, could it? If that's the driver, it's either these two. Who was seen each which one though? Did you read?
Take that!
No! It's not! No!
Bruh.
Didn't see! Hey, just follow! Didn't see? The car was driving, my dude! He didn't see! Alright.
Take that!
The passenger in the enclosed cabin that the witnesses on the roof deck failed to see. Has to have been Mr. Magnus McGildet. Mr. McGildet? What are you talking about, counsel? That's the name of the defendant! Wait, this is gonna make him a sus-
Objection!
Damn! Okay. But desecrate this chamber by smashing my hallowed chalice. Do forgive the discourtesy. Lord Van Siegs! Hi, sure, people talk of this. People talk of those tiny island nations in the Far East as having a learning and a culture of their own. But I see they use the terms ill-advisedly. What are they trying to say? Let me explain in terms that even a student of an artless backwater such as yourself might understand. In the bloody scene that unfolded, the victim and his assailant were sitting side by side. Multiple witnesses have attested to the fact. It's the very premise on which this case is built.
Objection!
But that premise may be wrong. What? If the victim really was sitting beside Mr. McGill, it creates an inconsistency that can't be reconciled in any way. What inconsistency, counsel? The defendant's close, my lord. Both witnesses made the same testimony. They claimed that there was blood on both hands of the person sitting next to the victim.
Objection!
Yet we know the truth to be otherwise. Only one glove bears the gory remains.
Objection!
The point is, even in the face of this irrefutable evidence, both witnesses have maintained their stance. Yes, their testimony remains unchanged. Exactly, they both adamantly swear that they clearly remember seeing blood on both hands of the assailant. In short, their memory of events is correct, and their testimonies reveal us the truth. It was somebody else sitting beside the victim that night, a third party we have yet to identify. And the victim's blood was on that passenger's hands, both of them!
Objection!
And who was this third party? Obviously, the true culprit! Extraordinary! Order! What exactly are postulating?
Objection!
The defense's postulation is just that. Nothing more than conjecture. The witnesses have clearly stated that they saw the accused.
Objection!
But when elaborating on this testimony, Mr. Fairplay said that two of them were wearing hats, and I couldn't exactly make out their faces. Yes. The tops of their heads were obscured by the roof. I could see the rest of them though. Yes, that's right. Both gents were most certainly hatted. Hatters do tend to notice such a thing, sir. And what particular style of that hat did the two gentlemen sport, Mr. First? I'm afraid I don't remember. Bruh, you call yourself a hatter? The style of the hat makes no difference. There was no third passenger in that cabin. How can you be sure? Because if there had been, the accused Mr. McGill would undoubtedly have offered to depose the fact. Unless, that is, you are proposing an even more preposterous explanation. That the accused failed even to notice the presence of the true culprit in the very cabin in which he traveled? Oh, true? He's right. If there was another person traveling in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus, it's inconceivable that Mr. McGill would have been unaware of it. Oh, there is clearly a simple solution to this problem. Bring the accused, Mr. McGill, to the stand. Well, what say you, counsel? The prosecution objects, my lord. On what grounds? As a suspect, he will have already made full statement to the police. But what if there's some reason why he's unable to speak freely? Magnus McGill is no uneducated ruffian. If it indeed turns out the man has been withholding information, you can be sure it will have been a most deliberate act. Counsel for the defense, what is your opinion? My lord, should we ask Mr. McGill to testify or not? Demand his testimony! Yes, we need to hear what he has to say in order to find out the truth. The defense would like to call Mr. McGill to the stand. In that case, I would like to hear the opinion of the jury. Yes, I need a little time to consider this. If you ask me, I think we should hear what Mr. McGill has to say. Get the man out here, I say. It would be other illogical not to hear his testimony. When something needs doing, get it done. That's how I run things at the guild. Hearing what the patron of my favorite little park has to say? Oh yes, that would be lovely. Yes, the jury says the man must be heard. Very well, this court will hear the defendant's testimony. Bailiff, shout the defendant to the stand at once. Damn, it's getting intense. It's getting intense. Now, maybe what actually happened that night will finally become clear. Let proceedings be resumed. Mr. McGill, have you been listening to the discourse of the day? To be sure, I have, my lord. There are now two matters on which the court desires to hear from you. The first is whether or not that there was a third party with you in the omnibus cabin as proposed by the defense. The second is that if such a person was indeed present, why did you conceal that fact from the police? Because, no, this is not in my nature to hide anything at all. Just answer the question, please. The truth of the matter is, I've been desperate about this all along. Do I tell you all or keep me mouth shut? Tell us what, Mr. McGill. The fine fella representing me is absolutely right. In the carriage on the night with myself and the other man, there's another passenger. It's true! Hey, and that was me who helped the little urchin get away after it all happened. You... What? You helped him? What? Why? No, Magnus McGill. That convenient excuse can't save you now. I'm truly sorry, so I am, Lord Van Zieks. I'm sure you'll be wanting to know why I said nothing when I was taken in by the police. I do be having a very good reason, I assure you. Which was? Well, the little child was just in the wrong place at the wrong time and not in any way involved, you see. Child? What? If the police had known the V1 was there, they'd have assumed she'd done it. They'd have hauled her into this here courtroom just like myself. I was only trying to spare her that. Young hearts and young minds are easily damaged, my lord. Well, the beating just happened to be in the carriage that night. I never saw her before.
Objection!
We have absolutely no reason to believe this man. The prosecution calls for the witness's statements to be disregarded by the court. You know, I would be so surprised if the urchin isn't here in this courtroom as we speak, at least into the proceedings. What? Bang! A smoke! Fire! There's fire! Look, someone's trying to get away! Oh, after there's no use! I can't see anything throughout all... Oh, what is going on? Be careful, Mr. Naruhodo! Cover your face! Bailiff, don't let the accused escape! Secure the omnibus! I hereby call an emergency recess! Bailiff, ensure the defendant is in custody and clear the courtroom! Monkas! We were hurriedly removed from the smoke-filled courtroom by the bailiff, amid scenes of chaos as people stumbled over one another in their desperation to flee the chamber. We had no idea what was happening. All we knew was that, for the time being at least, the trial was suspended. To be continued! Of course. Of course. Looks like they're all part 3. Yeah, part 3. What on earth just happened in there? Mr. Hordo, I have managed to find out what happened. Mr. Sato, I was told it was an advanced form of smoke grenade, a type of exploding device that releases smoke. Smoke grenade? It sounds like the sort of thing ninja use. They're just making sure everything is safe now. I think the trial will start again before long. But who would have done something like that? The police managed to catch someone who was trying to flee the courtroom, apparently. Flee the courtroom? Why? Well, it's a young girl of around 15, I hear. 15? A young girl? Then could be. The other passenger that Mr. Mac Gildet was just talking about? My thoughts exactly. So he wasn't lying. Oh, what's become of Mr. McGill actually? There's so many things I need to ask him about, but he's not here. I think he was summoned to the prosecutor's ante-chamber to answer questions, along with the young girl. Who is she, I wonder? What was she even doing here at the trial? She was taking a huge risk, and for what possible benefit to herself? There's another matter that's troubling me. What's that? The 20 pence. Oh, according to the coachman, Mr. Peppo, he took 4 passengers that night at a fare of 5 pence each. That comes to a total of 20 pence exactly. Now it seems there were in fact 5 passengers, which means the figures don't seem to add up again. She's right. That is strange. Counsel for the defense, kindly proceed into the courtroom. The trial will recommence in 5 minutes. Oh, thank you, officer. We'll go in straight away. Well, whoever she is, I imagine this young girl will be asked to take the stand and testify now. I really can't imagine what she's going to say, but it could alter the whole direction of the trial. We'll know soon enough, Miss Susato. Yes. Yes. 1 p.m. That's the girl. There's the young girl next to Mr. McGill. Look, she must have been the one who caused the disturbance before. Well, after that rather eventful recess, the court will now resume the trial of Mr. Magnus McGill. Now then, Lord 16. My lord, I believe you have established the cause of the smoke which veiled proceedings earlier. It seems to have been an advanced form of smoke grenade of the sort typically employed by the army. Good gracious, the army? What in the devil's name? It was an elaborate attempt by a young girl to block her escape from the public gallery, but she was caught. And now she occupies the stand. Your name, girl. Are you responsible for the smoke grenade which induced such a pandemonium here in my courtroom? What is the meaning of this deplorable behavior? Ahem, if I may, my lord. Yes, Mr. McGill. I think perhaps I ought to explain here. Why is it that this wee lass was here in the first place, and why she tried to bolt like that? This all tied up with the events of that night, so it is. Very well, Mr. McGill. Give your testimony. You will explain to the court exactly how this young woman is involved in the case. Just what happened that night. It's not like a defense lawyer needs that information or anything. On the night in question, I took the back seat in the omnibus and promptly nodded off. Then begorra, a loud thud and a wee scream woke me up with a fair start. There was a fella collapsed on the floor at my feet, so I sat him up on the seat across from me. Then I turned to find out where that scream had come from, and bless my soul, but did I find? There was a child in there, all curled up in a ball, hiding her wee self away. I remained somewhat baffled, I confess, but from what I gathered on the night in question, this young girl was indeed riding in the omnibus. Is that correct? This exactly as the defense counsel said. Very well. The defense may now cross-examine the witnesses. Are you ready, counsel? Yes, my lord. Or rather, no. I have no idea where to start. No idea. Okay.
Hold it!
A Allowed that to say, and I scream. Hey, that's right. How can I explain this? It was like that the sound of someone falling to the ground. That sort of noise. So you think it was the sound of Mr. Mason falling to the floor, having been stabbed? Well, now you'll remember when I was asleep at the time, so I wouldn't like to say. When the sound woke me and I opened my eyes, there wasn't a soul to be seen in the carriage, but they fell on the floor. You didn't see anyone? But at the same moment, you did hear a scream. From the seats above you on the roof deck, I presume. Not above me, my lord. That was from the inside the cabin. But I was then altogether thinking about the scream. No, I was too stunned by the desperate sight before my eyes.
Hold it!
You set him up, the victim, you mean? That I did. On the seat across from me, as I said, I could plainly see the poor devil was already gone. You wouldn't leave a dead man just lying on the floor now, would you? This common courtesy is so it is. I find it a little hard to believe. Ora, Lord 16. Now, why would that be? You wake to find a man lying dead at your feet in a carriage. Any normal person would hail the cabman. Any upstanding member of London society, that is. Well now, as you know, I'm in something of a special line of business. The business of lending money at exorbitant rates of interest. Unfortunately, my lord, not everyone is thankful for the help I offer them, and some would even see me dead. So I do try where at all possible to avoid getting myself in a tangle with trouble. Are you suggesting you were just going to leave the man there? Heavens alive, no, I was always intending to report it, so I was. Only I had in mind to find out the whys and wherefores first. The whys and the wherefores? Right you are. There were some details I wanted to understand before anyone else got to meddling. That we scream I heard, for example. Won't your good self do just the same? Yes. Yes, the scream he says he heard at the same time as the thought of the victim collapsing.
Hold it!
I'm afraid I don't understand. I'm sure you told the court that there was no one else in the carriage except yourself and the victim. So I did, sir, so I did. As far as I could see, that is. What do you mean by that? And now, this is a queer thing. The wee scream I heard as I woke up. It came from, if you excuse me the vulgar expression, under me backside. Good gracious! Under your backside? And when I lifted the seat on which I'd been sitting, I found there was a wee copy hole there for storage. Mr. Naruto, we can examine the omnibus ourselves, remember? Yes, of course. The whole box was submitted as evidence. I did, though. It's really good to have a thorough look around inside. But I did, though, didn't I? Oh, I didn't see this. That's blood, isn't it? Something wrong? Oh, it's just, well, this blood is so obvious after that's all, and yet Van Zix has made no mention of it. Suppose that seems a little strange. Why do you have such a bad feeling about this? Manga him. It's empty now. It's totally empty? Something doesn't seem right here, but I can put my finger on it, what it is. There's some stuff before. There's some stuff before it, remember? It's when I found her.
Hold it!
What the? You say she was hiding herself? Hey, that's right. That was hard to see in the dim lamplight, but she was all curled up in a V-ball when our eyes met. Well, me heart nearly stopped beating me in my chest. You are really overreacting this. Still and all, I pulled her out from under there and sat her on the seat opposite so I could have a wee chin whack with her. Chin whack the seat opposite. That's right. Just next to the dead gentleman there. You sat this young girl next to a corpse, sir? Well, as I'm sure I mentioned, I gentleman in my position can all too often find himself in mortal danger. So, I needed to find out just who this urchin was, you see. And while I was in the middle of talking with her, I heard another scream and Fella's voice this time. Presumably, that scream was Mr. First, who was sitting on the roof deck seats. Right you are again, I would say, sir. Looking down through the skylight, he must have seen this young girl and the gentleman with the knife in his belly. In other words, the previous witnesses did not in fact see you at all, Mr. McGill. What they believed to be yourself and the victim was in fact this girl and the late Mr. Mason. I, my lord. I was, as I think everyone understands now, sat at the back of the carriage, out of sight. Certainly possible. I do wonder how you must be feeling, Mr. Naruhodo, being the defendant's lawyer and yet finding myself and as stunned as everyone else at his testimony. Just say it's trying. We certainly had precious little time to talk to Mr. McGill before the trial. But we mustn't be dispirited, we must just try to learn all the facts we can. When we arrived in London this morning, I didn't see my day panning out like this. Mr. Naruhodo, no grumbling in your head. How did you know? Alright.
Hold it!
And when you first got onto the omnibus, were there any other passengers already on board? There were not. The cabin was empty and there was no one on the roof deck either. You were the first passenger, as it were. I see. Alright, and that's why I took the backside as I did. This is the most comfortable, so it is. Could you explain exactly what you mean by the back seat? By all means, this is how you already described it earlier. I'm talking about the seat opposite the one in which the poor gentleman who was stabbed was sitting. Like I said, this is the most comfortable and where I feel most at ease. And of course, I enjoy gazing through the skylight from time to time as well. Thank you, I heard enough. The events as explained are clear in my mind. However, at least one conundrum remains. Who is the girl? Her name is Gina Lestrade, my lord. She's a chancer, earns her crust among large crowds, relieving people of their purses. It's commonly called a pickpocket. What? This girl here? A petty thief? Oh no! Is this true, Miss Lestrade? Miss Lestrade, you will answer the question. What the fuck? What the actual heck? How dare you? What is the meaning of this? Oh! The girl! She's gone! Open your eyes! I'm over here! Good gracious, how? What was the point in that little sidestep? I know what you lot are thinking. Grown-ups are all the same. This dirty little dapper, you'll say, slipped up and got a cut on the job. She got herself back into a corner, so she knifed the gent. Go on, that's what's in your head, ain't it? No, not at all. This is a court of law. We're here to determine the truth, not the... What the... Look, knives are for cowards. Only dogs use weapons like that. All I need for what I do is these fingers. I'm a professional, alright. Maybe not in your eyes, but I got pride in what I do. Let me guess, you don't count smoke guns among weapons for dogs? Oh, this? Yeah, this was in the back I lifted the other day. Down where they keep the four-wheel tracks. It's nice, isn't it? I like the pink vest. Oh, do not wave that thing in my direction again. So, you admit that you were riding the omnibus on the night in question. This alright, lass. You can tell them the truth now. Heart rate! Alright, yeah. It's just like the Irishman said. The court accepts this girl, Miss Gina Lestrade, as a valid and significant witness in this case. Accordingly, young lady, we will now hear your testimony, if you please. You will tell the court exactly what happened in the omnibus on the night in question. Alright, if I have to. So I snuck inside the carriage before they looked up the horses, just like always. But it was right old waste of time. I got nothing to show for Metropolis that night. I'll tell ya, you can't see a blind thing in that blinding place. It's pitch in there. Then after a while, I heard this loud bang, nearly jump out of my skin. I did, and the scream just came out. Bang! It's because of that this well found me. He did help me get away mine. The bang. Yes, he let you go. I fail to understand why would you let this street urchin go, Mr. McGill? Oh, this simplicity itself, my lord. You see, she couldn't possibly have killed the other passenger. I knew that for a fact. How? As I'm sure I said before, sir. I was sitting right on top of the place where she was hiding herself. I think a demonstration is called for. This is where I was at that night, and the copy of which you have spoken is underneath this seat, I presume. Yes, it does appear just large enough to accommodate someone of the girl's stature. Aye, but of course, the wee lass was stuck in there, because I parked myself on the seat for the duration. Oh! So you see, that's why I let the last bolt. I knew that if the police found her there, they'd automatically assume she'd done it. I couldn't live with myself if your young life was ruined when all the time I knew she was innocent. Even though you must have realized your action would result in your own innocence being called into question. Not at all, my lord, not at all. I knew in my own heart that I was innocent. So I thought it was worth taking a punt on my own good name for the sake of this less fortunate lass. My goodness! What a perfect gentleman! My lord! This fine example of a man cannot possibly be guilty of a heinous crime like this. I'm ashamed of myself for ever doubting you, sir. With calm, calculated reasoning, one arrives clearly at the truth every time. Saints alive! All 6 members of the jury are consensual in their learning of the verdict of not guilty. Mr. Hodo, this... well, it must mean... It must mean what? That we are victorious! We have won? Are you sure?
Objection!
What the... The sight of my Iron Heel, Wellington, the offense. Pray, do forgive the discourtesy. This really is a consummate example. Pray forgive the discourtesy of the one monumental flaw in British judicial practices. Their evidence and reasoning should be paramount. Emotion rules the day. Emotion? The witness's latest statement gives us a clear insight into his true nature. What do you mean, his true nature? Do you really think Scotland Yard would have made such a glaring omission? After the incident, the omnibus was comprehensively searched by officers of the police. Obviously, the interior of this choppy hole, as the witness put it, was included in their investigation. This compartment under the poster seat was full of the coachman's belongings. I said it, man! It's noted in the black and white here, the police report. The evidence has been tampered with. In order to corroborate Mr. McGill's story, someone has unlawfully removed everything from under the seat during the smoke time. During the smoke? What? Naughty? How could such a devious contrivance possibly have been effected, Consul? Naturally, we must acknowledge the deficiencies of the constabulary in allowing this to have happened. However, I assure you, when the omnibus was wheeled into the courtroom this morning, the compartment under the seat was not empty. Well, Manipunin's friends? Me? Then the carriage was submitted as evidence. Doubtless you examined it in the fine detail, but as with any self-respecting practitioner of the law, I did though. Pray, what did you find the condition of the under-the-seat compartment to be? Oh, to be sure, the young gentleman will be able to clear this up in a jiffy. Sorry? Go ahead. You tell the court now, fella. Now this is all an elaborate excuse by the desperate Lord Von Ziggs. There was stuff there though. Well, Counsel, do you have something to say on this matter? How am I supposed to answer? What can I say about the state of that little compartment under the seat in the omnibus? It wasn't empty. I really don't know if giving this answer is helping my cause and answer for the defense. But as far as I remember at least, when I first examined the compartment, I'm fairly certain there were a number of articles inside it, yes. Are you sure, Counsel? Alright, be wise. What are you saying now, you daft? I thought you were on my side here. Wanna become famous? But yes. I thought you were on my side here. Oh no, you liar. What game are you playing? Your task is to defend the man in the stand. Why would you say something to compromise his position? As the advocate for the defense in this trial, I must go take a bathroom break. I confess I'm still not entirely sure where I stand, but it seems to me that I should state what the facts I do know as clearly and honestly as possible. Interesting. This is not altogether pleasing, fella. I'm simply telling the truth, Mr. McGill. Well, don't forget that you're supposed to be representing my best interest here, lad. Now then. A fella memory is a curious thing and not altogether reliable, no. The court must consider the facts that their choppy hole under the seat is as empty as the devil's heart, so it is. Do you think perhaps it would be in your best interest now to admit that you might have been mistaken? Why? I do feel like something's not right here. I should like the jury to weigh in on this matter, I think. That compartment is designed to house equipment used to maintain the smooth running of the carriage. The guild's rules state that the omnibuses should be properly and fully equipped at all times. So generally it wouldn't have been empty on the night in question. Beppo isn't that irresponsible. That money-lending fleecer and the pig purse are lying! True. Oh. I can't believe I was nearly taken in. The stinking rich are always stinkers, nothing but cowards, a lot of them. What? Oh no. It's a trick! Of course it's a trick! Quite so, I must concur here. Boom. With calm, calculated reasoning, one arrives clearly at the truth every time. Yes, but every time a different truth is seen, it seems. My lord, I humbly exhibit the scales of justice. Clearly, a verdict of not guilty at this time would be wholly inappropriate. Thank you, Counsel. But before we proceed any further, is the matter of the outstanding cross-examination. Counsel for the defense, begin your questioning of the witness, please. Yes, my lord. What just happened? The whole balance of the trial just shifted, almost beyond recognition. The Reaper of the Bailey is at work, it would seem. Okay.
Hold it!
So you were already in the omnibus before it even set off on its run? Well, yeah, I mean, what's the point of spending a Joey to make a few bob, eh? That's a rum idea, innit? Suppose it means there's no point spending money to make money. It actually makes sense. Counsel, may I remind you that this girl is a petty thief. Kindly refrain from entertaining her tenants. Well, that does clear up the little mystery of the fares and all. For paying passengers at 5 pence apiece, making the 20 to which the cabman testified. And one little spake race running for free. The red tongue of a driver always goes for some grub before his last run, see. That's when I slip into the carriage and get myself hidden under the seat. Nice and easy, right? But your hiding place isn't a storage compartment. But your hiding place is a storage compartment full of equipment for the coach? No. Yeah, there's brushes and buckets and whatnot in there, sure. Always chuckle that out and cram it in a corner somewhere. No one ever seems to bother much. Yet, according to a report filed by the police officer who first arrived at the scene, the compartment was full of such a paraphernalia. Well, I don't know nothing about that. Like I said, I moved all that stuff out so I could hide under the seat, that's all I can tell you. It seems we have reached the end of that line of inquiry. Continue.
Hold it!
A waste of time. Why is that? Well, most of the nights I'm on me owning the God permit at least some of the time. I beg your pardon, did you say God permit? Oh yeah, well, that's what my kind call it. You'd say the omnibus, I suppose. The point is, any normal run, the carriage ain't got no one in it for a while. And that's when you come out of your hiding place and get away. That's it, only that night. This cove was sat on his seat from the start. And he didn't budge the whole way, did he? Not 1 inch. I was totally stuck. Do you mean to tell us that you were present in the carriage for the duration? You were under the seat the entire time while events unfolded in the enclosed cabin? Yeah. Right, mister. Right, mister? To be sure, I was as shocked as anyone. You don't expect to lift the cushion you've been sat on and find a child now, do you? So this Mr. Lestrade couldn't possibly be the culprit then. So you couldn't see out in the cabin at all? Not just most days I push the cushion up with me a eat and look out the crack. Then I can have a butcher's at who I'm gonna fiddle. I thought you were a pickpocket, not a butcher. I mean, I can have a look. The seat I got under ain't as plush as the other one, see? So most of the time, the passengers plan themselves opposite. For some reason, that night, this Irishman spent the whole journey right over me head. For that reason, you weren't able to push the cushion up to peek out, I see. Truth is, I ain't too happy in a small dark place. It feels too much like I've been thrown into a clink. It's the only place that to hide in the garage, so it's option's choice. Why doesn't she just stick to picking people pockets in the open then? I'd say there's some reason that she's not letting on, judging from her demeanor. So anyways, I was a bit scared, but I had to just stick it out under there. Nothing else for it.
Hold it!
When you say a loud bang, do you mean the noise of someone falling to the floor? Could have been, I suppose. I don't remember so well. Point is, it made me jump. And you let out a scream involuntarily. That's right. And then I felt the cushion over me, it get lighter all of a sudden. Presumably when the defendant got up in order to help the victim, yes. Or not. It could have equally have been the moment the accused stood in order to stab his victim, could it not? Well, girl, did you see what happened at that crucial moment? Yeah, I saw it. What? I pushed up the cushion and added a quick butcher's while I had the chance, didn't I? The Irishman was sitting up the block wall had fallen on the floor on the seat opposite. I matched Mr. McGill's accounts, of course. But then the fella suddenly turns around and looks right at me. I sank back down again, but it was too late by then. I should never have risked looking.
Hold it!
When Mr. McGill discovered you, he pulled you out from your hiding place. A sketch stiff I was. He dragged me out and sat me down on the seat and all. Next to the victim, Mr. Mason. Yeah, the bloke had a knife in its guts. He was still bleeding. Then the carriage lurched a bit and ended up falling onto me. Ugh, how awful. Both my hands got covered in blood. It made me feel sick as a dog. Both her hands covered in blood. That must be what the rooftop passenger saw. After that, I believe you talked with Mr. McGill for a while, is that correct? He asked me some stuff, wanted to know me name and what I was up to and that. Then I heard something from above, someone screamed. Yes, Mr. First on the roof deck, one would presume. But I didn't want no one seeing me face, so I didn't look up. Then the horses were drawn up smartest and this Irishman says to me, "Get back under the seat. I'll see that you can get away later." These members of the jury had decided the defendant was innocent for one brief shining moment, yes. It's good that they are all still very unsure. If we could just find some conclusive piece of evidence among this new testimony, I'm sure we would clinch the verdict we want. Yes, I think you're right, and I have this niggling feeling. Something's bothering me, but I just can't quite put my finger on it. Alright, I'm pretty sure there was... Wait. Right. It doesn't make oh, does it make sense? The blade is quite deep in there though, right? But there was blood only on the tip? Like none of, you know. Like the blade was quite deep in there. But the it's only an amount of that much blood. Alright, what else we got? Pitch in there. It's loud bang though. Kind of. Yo! Let me check it again. Can you really cannot see? This is a very big manga here. Inside the cabin at least. Wait, let me just here. Could have been. Let me ask him. Oh, and what would that be, Bella? Do you have something to say about that last statement? No, not really. I'm also very happy with that what's been said. The kind of your trust and all. Here, have you seen a tip? Ah.
Hold it!
Still bleeding?
Excuse me.
Wait, still Okay, same thing. It's not gonna matter. All right. Oh. Oh. Something's bothering me, but I just can't put my finger on it. Something. I mean, I don't know, but he's missing a button too. Alright, I'm not sure right now. If I'm being completely honest, I need a hint.
Hold it!
Hey, this one, right? 4 papers at 5 pence a piece, making that 20 to which... What's the matter? Riding for free.
Excuse me.
Oh!
Hold it.
Wait, what did you say? As the other one?
Well, no.
Alright. Fuck's sake.
Excuse me.
Excuse me. Is something wrong, Mr. McGill? Oh, I do apologize. Was there something the matter, Council? I'm just wondering if Mr. Lestrade last comment made something occur to you, perhaps? You seem to be thinking of something to yourself. Oh, no, it was nothing important. I was feeling bad for the poor lass is all. I remember feeling desperate in myself as a young lad. Shut up in the dark. 'Twas terrifying, so it was. I see. Yes, I'm sure we can all sympathize. I'm still scared of the dark now. Hey, and I don't know about yourself, but I find that the darkness seems to make everything you hear seem that much louder as well. Yeah. I suppose it does, maybe. Miss Lestrade? Did you hear something like that night? Anything unusual? A noise, perhaps? Nah, not really. All I could hear was the Irishman snoring. Bit jabbers, there's no need to tell the whole world of me foibles, you little scamp. What a pity. If only Miss Lestrade had heard something, it might have given us a vital new clue. Yes. What should we make of that last statement of hers? It's profoundly important. My lord! I believe the statement just made by the witness is profoundly important. Profoundly important, but all she said was that she heard nothing. Yes, which is the profoundly important point. I'm almost sure of it. She heard nothing? I'm almost sure that I don't understand the inner workings of your Eastern mind, Council. Nevertheless, Miss Gina Lestrade, you will supplement your former testimony by repeating that last statement, please. What supplement? What are you on about? Don't give me all your fancy talk. I know what you're trying to do. Well, it won't work on me. That's right. Insult the judge. Always a good move. I was training my ears to work out what was going on, but all I could hear was snoring.
Hold it!
So you were straining to hear what was happening the entire time since the moment you hate yourself? Not exactly, no. Sorry? Well, there was no one in the cabin to start with. I could just push the cushion up and off the butchers to see what was up. But then when I saw this fella getting out, I got me eat down so he didn't notice me. Mr. McGill sat under the seat under which you were hiding, correct? Yeah, which Adam and Eve what a mock. So then all I could do was listen. I was waiting to jump out there as soon as I heard him leave, see? What would he... not likely. Even though we stopped here and there, I never heard the door open. What? So I just had to stay put and listen to him driving his pigs to market, snoring like an old hog he was. Are there any conclusions we can draw from that? I wonder. Turn that up. Mr. Lestrade, what you just told the court is clearly at odds with the facts. Oh, at odds? Are you sure, man? Absolutely. It seems my learned Nipponese friends is not as dual-witted as I feared. So one Ziggs realized it too. Counsel! I must insist that you bolster your claim with evidence, or some complicit party's name at the very least. Yes, my lord. I expect you to demonstrate the alleged contradiction to the court. According to Miss Lestrade, while she was hiding in the omnibus that night, she heard nothing but the sound of Mr. McGill snoring. But think, Rinosuke, think. There's something else she should have heard. Show a person? Very well, my lord. Allow me to elaborate. On a particular sound that Miss Lestrade could not have failed to hear on the night in question. The sound very clearly explained by the presence of this following person. I mean, couldn't you hear the yell though? But...
Take that!
Thrice fired Mason? Yes, my lord. The sound that Miss Lestrade cannot have failed to hear. The sound of the victim, Mr. Mason, born in the omnibus! Order! Explain your reasoning, counsel! Miss Lestrade, allow me to confirm something. You claimed earlier that you were the first person on the board the omnibus. Is that correct? Yeah, of course I was. I got on while the driver was in the pub, didn't I? And the next person to board the omnibus was Mr. McGill. That it was. Not a soul was in the cabin when I climbed aboard. At least not in plain sight. So you were, to all intents and purposes, alone in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus at that time? Did I not just say as much? I wasn't traveling with anyone else, if that's what you mean. Yeah, I saw him getting on, remember, through the crack under the seat cushion. He was on its own for sure. And from what we heard, the carriage made a number of stops after that on its onward journey. During which time, did you not hear the door opening or closing at all? Nah, I never heard it. That's exactly what I was listening for, weren't it? Waiting for this bell to leave? In which case, when and how did the victim end up in the carriage? Oh! We know that the victim collapsed inside the enclosed cabin of the omnibus. Therefore, Miss Lestrade's statement about what she did or did not hear is at odds with the facts. Yes, this petty thief's statement was clearly flawed. Lord Van Ziggs? Yes, he knew. He knew all too well that there was an inconsistency in Miss Lestrade's statement. It would seem words of thanks are in order for my learned friend. What are you talking about? You have demonstrated matters impeccably. This witness and her colorful statements are entirely unreliable. Her words are inconvenient untruths, nothing more. Is that right? How could the victim possibly not have boarded the omnibus? That makes no sense whatsoever. And this girl is a pickpocket. Let's not forget that. Oh. She didn't even say anything. I didn't want to judge the dear little mite just because she has some rather naughty ways. But I must say, I can't abide liars. And neither can I. Mr. Foreman, I didn't want to judge the girl just because she has some less than salubrious ways. But I must say, I cannot abide liars. Well, GG. Oh. Mr. Hodo, that's 5 jury members leaning for George guilty. One more. Marcus. Well, your consideration, father, is refreshing, my Nipponese friend. Hatred to the considerable troubles you have spared me. Yes, very refreshing. Oh! Ugh, what are you playing at? Have you forgotten who you're working for, you useless instant Amadan? This is carnage. It's perfect. Your number 2 is the only one left. Mr. Hodo, the way this is going, I know. If we can't find some new way to convince everyone of Mr. McGill's innocent. I mean, what innocence there is though? He's lying? They are lying. Then what the fuck? You know, he wants to lie. Then he's fucking guilty in a way. The judge will rule and will have lost. I very much wanted to believe the words of one of the London's most respected gentlemen. But those of us in service know we must accept hard truths.
Hold it!
Hold it? Yes, the witness's last statement seems to have revealed a critical inconsistency in her story. However, if we consider the possibility that her statement is in fact the truth, it may shed an entirely new light on this whole case. What are you saying? Cancel? I'm sorry, sir. Whatever do you mean? Cancel. I will not tolerate you attempting to prorogue my adjudication. Explain yourself at once. When the accused boarded the omnibus on the night in question, the victim was nowhere to be seen. Subsequently, the carriage door was not heard opening a single time as testified by the witness in the stand. And yet the victim's body was found inside the carriage. If these petitive words are to be believed, how do you explain the victim's miraculous appearance inside the cabin of the omnibus? There's only one way to explain how the victim came to be inside the carriage. Clearly, he was in there already from the beforehand.
Objection!
He was in the storage cabin. What if they kill him there? That's at 116. That's really not the point. The point is that the victim must have been in the carriage from beforehand. Then answer me this. By beforehand, to what specific point in time are you referring? Well, clearly, there's no way there's another entrance now. Are you telling me this the sky view that drop him there? No shot, right?
Objection!
Don't tell me it's actually for reals? Another entrance? It wasn't open even once. The explanation is that the victim entered the enclosed cap in some other way.
Objection!
For real? I wonder what new fantasy you would come up with in your blind panic. But behold, the omnibus is here for all to see. It's the fucking up-roofed window. On one side at the enclosed cabin is furnished with a door. The other one has only windows. Fixed with windows which cannot possibly open. In short, there is no entrance to the cabin other than the door.
Objection!
But there could be. There's one possibility you haven't considered. Oh, really? Yes, one other way inside that isn't the door. Another opening, the use of which allowed the victim to appear inside the enclosed cabin. Alright, cancel. The defense will identify the location for the court. Here's the omnibus in which the incident occurred. Where on earth is this entrance by which you propose the victim entered the cabin?
Take that!
The answer is obvious. It can only have been the skylight! I say the skylight? Oh my.
Objection!
Your ludicrous proposal almost has me lost for words. However,
Objection!
the skylight may well be large enough for someone to pass through.
Objection!
So you claim, but do you have a shred of evidence to support your adult brain's theory? Both Mr. McGill and Miss Lestrade said same in their testimonies. They each claim to have heard a loud thud, such as the noise made by someone falling to the floor. Yes, which has already been explained. As the sound of the victim falling from his seat, having been assaulted with the dagger. Yes, it has, but would a man slipping from the seat onto the floor really have made such a loud noise as the witness described? A noise loud enough to cause Miss Lestrade to let out an involuntary cry, in fact? Good gracious! Perhaps, in fact, that was the moment that the victim made his entrance into the cabin. No, let me rephrase that. The victim didn't enter the cabin as such. He fell into it!
Objection!
You're now suggesting that the victim fell from the skylight into the cabin? That's simply impossible! How can you be so sure? Because if the victim had fallen inside through the skylight, as you say, the passengers on the roof deck would have seen it happen. And yet, not one person made a mention of such events in the testimony. Well, yes, that's true, but... Oh no. Might the humble fella make a V comment here? I feel like... I feel like this leaves a bad taste for sure in my mouth. You know, like we have to prove him not guilty just because, you know, because of the task we have, right? But clearly there's something fucking wrong with this case, you know? But we can't... Sus, right? Yeah, sus. Like, this guy keeps making some fucking lies. Keeps making lies, lies, and lies. Like, why would he lie? Mr. McGill. If he was innocent, he wouldn't lie. But he keeps making these lies. Clearly. And... oh, fuck. To be sure that the two fellows who were sat under the roof that testified for said nothing of the victim falling through the skylight. But it seems to me, my lord, that it is not so much a case of them not saying, but... It is a case of them being unable to say. What? I think perhaps the two fellows do be having some of a compelling reason not to mention what happened. Would you not agree, fine ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Oh my goodness, surely not. Those two chaps on the roof? You mean the ones who stuck that knife in the man were... Ugh! Just what exactly is insinuating here, you blitterer? You rattler, he said, you rattler, what are you insinuating? This is a flaming outrage. I have a good mind to give you a blinker in a minute. He'll give you a shiner in a minute, he said, and so will I. Mr. Fairplay, you're effectively accusing me, a city gentleman and well-respected banker? And me, a very angry hatter? Suggesting that someone like me could have stabbed that man in the guts? It's a disgrace. It's scandalous. I protest in the strongest possible terms. That's right, I protest too, about you and your rotten scoundrel. Oh no! This is not the time to witness. Says, I will not permit this wanton invasion of the stand. Return to the attend room at once. But it's beyond reason, my lord. It's outrageous. It's very hurtful, you know. My lord, if I may come in. Go ahead, Lord Van Ziegs. It was the defense that incited this outburst from the witnesses. My learned friend has seen fit to abandon all protocol and accuse the witnesses without proof. Accuse? I never intended to... It seems, young Nipponese, that your command of the English tongue is wanting. You propose to this court that the victim fell through the skylight from the roof deck of the omnibus? That hypothesis cannot possibly stand without the rooftop passenger being aware of the events. You have branded these gentlemen liars. You have intimated their criminal guilt. In our British courts of law, that is what is termed a baseless accusation. I know I was rash to put this idea forward without any actual evidence, but you can't just dismiss it without a second thought. What are we wasting time for? Get them to testify. Huh? I thought there was something fishy about that hat from the moment I laid eyes on that fellow. We have to see this matter through now, one way or another. If there's a filth and a rubbish in our midst, we must dispose of it at once. Testify! 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 What? What's happening, Mr. Naruhodo? The spectators in the public gallery are in a complete frenzy. Mr. Fairplay and Mr. First. My lord, you will take the stand again and make another formal testimony in reference to the indictment brought by the defense. Yes, my lord. I didn't come here for this. There's no time to think this through. All I can do is keep pushing forward. You're the only two people up on that roof deck, dead or alive. I can swear to that. If anything had happened where we were sitting, don't you think one or the other of us would have noticed? In any case, neither of us know the first thing about the victim. We had no reason to kill the man. Skylight was shut the entire time. I tell you, we couldn't possibly have opened it. If you're so sure the victim fell through the skylight, where's your proof? I must say that on the listening to this testimony, it is somewhat hard to imagine how either a witness could have performed any malevolent act on this open rooftop deck without the other noticing forthwith. That's right, you see. Very innocent, I tell you. Now, logically, of course, the argument falls down if the two of you were in collusion with one another. What? According to the investigations by Scotland Yard, the two witnesses share no common dealings. Huh? Well, I don't trust coppers any more than I trust the stinking rich. Something doesn't feel right here. The trial is going in our favor, really? So why do I feel so uneasy? Counsel for the defense. Over to you, your cross-examination, please. Oh, yes, my lord.
Hold it!
So at no time did the victim, Mr. Mason, climb up to join you on the roof deck. Absolutely not, Deacon. No question about it, he said. Not at all. Oh, but yes, of course. I remember seeing them both. I saw the victim inside the enclosed cabin talking with this man here. Is this true, Mr. McGill? Dear me, my lord, at the risk of repeating myself, I boarded the omnibus alone and nodded off inside almost immediately. It's a outright lie. Without a doubt, you were engaged in. Let me stop you there, fella, and ask: do you have any evidence at all? I mean, you don't even have evidence to yourself, though. It's all about evidence in the courts these days, so it is you. You do well to remember that. I saw you with my own eyes. This is going so well.
Hold it!
Well, it was on the final run of the omnibus at past 10 o'clock in the evening. It would certainly have been quite dark, perhaps too dark to see clearly. Is this some kind of lark? Is this some kind of joke? He said, is that what this is? Or perhaps, or one or the other of you fell asleep briefly. Are you fair dinkum, sir? Are you serious, sir? That's what he said. It's impossible to tell you. I give you the keys to the vault if you could fall asleep in that bitter cold. And if you did manage it, your eyelids would freeze shut and you'd never open them again. That's extreme. That's extreme, I tell you, and we had to put up with it because this man had locked the door. Any true Chen would have unlocked it and let me in when I knocked. I'm dreadfully sorry about that, young fella. But yes, see, I was away with the fairies and I didn't hear it at all. It's a lie, I saw you through the glass. You were talking to someone. No, that was a cold night, so it was. People do be seeing things that aren't real in the cold. This is hardly surprising. Seeing things? I believe we have to reach an impasse here on this particular point. You! Don't take it personally now, lad. If I'm a suspect in this case, then this is only fair that you and the other fiend are too. Open and free competition is what capitalist society is all about. This is a competition I should like to be involved in, really.
Hold it!
So, you had never met Mr. Thrice-Fired Mason before? Oh, no, not once, never. You've never met the man before, he said. Never. And you, Mr. First, had no prior dealings with the victim either? That's right, sir. Hatters don't have much to do with brickmakers, to be perfectly honest, sir. No, I imagine not. You see, how many different ways can I put this? Neither of us have remotest connection to the gentlemen who were inside the cabin.
Excuse me!
Mr. McGill? Yes, counsel, what can I be doing for you for? Did the witness last statement give you a pause for thought somehow? Not the remotest connection, is that right now? I wonder. What are you insinuating now? Ah, Mr. Fairplay, it has been too long, so it has. Eh? If I'm not very much mistaken, I believe it is fast approaching. It is not your repayment date. I beg your pardon. You borrowed 20 guineas from me, sir. At an unconscionable rate of interest. You tricked me. It's extortion. Well, now, is that a touch of begrudgery, is it? The sort of begrudgery that might motivate a fellow to pass his crimes off on another? Ugh. And young Mr. First? Me, sir? What do you want with me, sir? You do be making hats for a living, do you not? That there top hat sliding about on your head, is that one of your own creation, is it? Oh, well, I'm still just an apprentice, you understand? I'm learning to find the perfect fit for whatever fine Jen walks through the door. The perfect fit, is it? Well, this is a very distinctive design, so it is. The customers like it, I tell you. They like a distinctive touch. Customers such as Thrive-Fired Mason. Oh! There was a photographic print of the victim submitted as evidence for my lord. Oh, this you mean? The hat. I can't help thinking that the poor fella's hat looks extremely familiar, wouldn't you say? True though. Oh, that's one of my hats. Aye, that it is. So it would seem that brick maker was a customer of yours. The sort of customer I'd venture you could have had me quarrel with over the distinctiveness of the goods. Oh, no sir, absolutely not sir. Well, there's really nothing more to add. It wouldn't be right to say that the two fellas here haven't the remotest connection to the victim, you see. I rest my case. You little weasel. Ah! He's better at this than I am. Gosh, Mr. McGill certainly has been through in his research, hasn't he? Ba 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 ba. Please don't let me little interrupt or hold up with the proceedings. Hat Hunter? The skylight was shut the entire time. Are you quite certain about that? That the skylight was shut the entire time? I'm going to lose my block with you in a minute. He's going to lose his rack with you in a minute. That's what he said. Take a look for yourself. Go on. You see, it's shut fast now, just like it was on the night. So it is, of course. A fella their size of Mr. Mercer could likely break right through it. It's still and all. What? Just looking at the size of the thing, you understand? Now you hold on there a minute, sir. The size of the thing means nothing. Not on its own. Let's consider the bigger picture here, shall we? Let's stop biting our cane, shall we? I was riding the omnibus on an occasion when I broke wind loudly. I shocked myself with it as it happens. This is an unexpected confession, Mr. First. Oh, I just meant to say, well, the point is I tried to open the skylight, you see. But just my luck, I couldn't make it budge. The stench was terrible. Everyone was looking daggers at me, sir. I went as red as rope. I did. Are you expecting me to sentence you? Oh no, sir. The point is, the skylight can't be opened. I tried and tried when I was inside the cabin of the of shame.
Excuse me.
Do you have something to say about that, Miss Lestrade? Miss Lestrade? Lestrade? It opens. Hmm? The skylight. That is what we're talking about, right? Whoa, 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 whoa. All them skylights open dead. Easy. More easy than you can load that weapon. That's a lie, I tell you. Otherwise, we and I broke win. You can't do it from inside, you mock. Oh. Look, a few weeks ago, I was up on the roof deck of one of them tracks. And I had a great haul. I mean, I had a purses coming out me ears. Miss Lestrade, this is not the forum to be an elogizing on the subject of your criminal activities. Well, anyway, I had a bit of a scare. Right after the last block burst, he got a wise to me. All four of them surrounded me, so I couldn't up off the bus and leg it. So what I did was use the skylight, open the catch, and jump right through. What? Yeah, the catch for them skylights is on the top side. That's why you can open them from the cabin. Skylight opens from the roof deck. Bailiff! Climb up under the roof of the omnibus at once and verify this witness's claims. Well, well, well. Oh, my hat! See? Oh no, oh no, oh no! So it appears this street girl's statement is quite true. I don't believe it. The skylight opens? And from the roof deck? Mr. Naruto! This could be the clue we've been looking for. Well, counsel for the defense, please continue with your cross-examination. Yes, my lord. So the skylight opens. Perhaps I should investigate it for myself. So the skylight was fast and shut before, but now the catch has been undone. We should be able to open it. Oh! Yo, but there's blood there! Yes, they does open very wide, doesn't it? Wide enough to kick someone like you through, Mr. Naruto. Why someone like me? Oh, what is it? Look, just here. Look at this. That's without a question. It's blood. Why would there be a blood stain there? Surely, it can't be related to the case, can it? I think when the smoke came, they did it, right?
Objection!
On the night in question, the victim was fatally stabbed in the stomach, and immediately afterwards, the victim's body was pushed through the skylight into a cabin below. Those are the facts, and their irrefutable proof remains clearly visible in the omnibus that stands before us today in this very courtroom. What? That's utterly humbug. Ugh, you can't possibly have any evidence. No, you can't. I mean, we didn't do it, I tell you. It's impossible. Irrefutable proof here in this courtroom. Counsel? Yeah, my lord. I believe everyone would appreciate a little clarification here, Where exactly with the omnibus is this evidence to which you allude? Oops.
Got it!
What, Jupiter? Is that blood? Ugh. This blood stain proves two things. Firstly, when the incident occurred, the skylight of the omnibus was open. What? And secondly, the victim was already bleeding when he fell through the opening. Oh my! And so it follows that Mr. McGill, who was inside the enclosed cabin himself at the time, cannot possibly be guilty of this crime. Oh no no no!
Hold it!
Hold it? But the blood could have sprayed upon there, up there when the fellow was stabbed inside the cabin, and only found its way to that particular spot on the skylight. Sure, and that would be very convenient. And let's keep it in mind that skylight catch can only be unfastened from the roof deck. I myself wouldn't have been able to open it now, would I? But there's no way to know for certain, is there? If the gent really fell through the skylight, I mean. Why don't you have a good look at the floor of the cabin between the two seats, Mr. First? This all too plain if you see. There's the aftermath that shows the poor fella dropped from a fair height right there, so it is. What? No. But it can't be. It's all lies.
Hold it!
My fellow jury members, I think we can all agree that this is clear proof of the defendant's innocence, can't we? I believe we can, yes sir. It's clear to me now where the filthy rubbish can be found in this courtroom. So they thought they could pull the wool over my eyes, did they? I won't tolerate any of the guild's carriage being sullied with blood. I won't tolerate it. Oh, I always knew that nice gentleman who gave us that delightful park could have done such a thing. On 3 then, everyone. 1, 2, 3!
Objection!
Objection! A chilling performance, Mr. McGill. Oh, and what would you be referring to there now, Lord Van Six? A bloodstain on the frame of the skylight? Such evidence is null and void! What? Why? For one extremely simple reason. That smear of blood never existed!
Objection!
What are you talking about? It's there for all to see, and it's clearly blood.
Objection!
I personally attended Scotland Yard investigation of the omnibus. The officers involved went over the carriage with a fine-tooth comb. So I can state with absolute certainty, no such smear of blood existed in the carriage. At least, not until this trial began. But are you suggesting, Lord 16, that this stain of blood was fabricate, my lord? Yes. And while this court has been in session. What? The smoke? Come on, you know the smoke. What a palaver. I must say I didn't expect such a crude reasoning from a prosecutor of your standing, Lord 16. But I'm Magnus MacGill, a fellow known all over the capital for his fine contributions to public life. I don't take kindly to slander, nor fight it to the bitter end. Even if it's rolling off the tongue of the Reaper of the Bailey. Mr. MacGill, I realize that this is your first appearance in court as the accused. However, I am well aware of your involvement behind the scenes in a great many affairs of deepest nature. You're very adept when it comes to avoiding getting your own hands dirty. And each time it happens, that a case you're involved in is investigated, you adapt the facts. Adapt the facts? What does that even mean? When you build a fortune that the size of Mr. McGill's, however ill-gotten it may be, nothing is impossible. Tampering with evidence, manipulating the scene of a crime, bribing witnesses. I toast your ability to concoct the most convenient of stories, sir. Toot toot, Lord 16, this will not do, to be sure. Will it now, counsel? Oh, no. I think it's fair to say this does all sound like a rather far-fetched excuse by a desperate man. But if you will all cast your minds back, is it not true that the omnibus there has been in the courtroom the entire time? How could anyone possibly have put a smear of blood in it without the world and his wife seeing? Isn't that right now, counsel? It's true. The omnibus has been in full view the entire time the court has been in session. My learned friend. Here's to hearing your opinion on this matter, in your own words. As you wish. Could someone have tampered with the omnibus during this trial? If you were asking me, I think it could have been possible. As a defense lawyer, it's my job to advocate for the defendant as best as I can, but still, I feel as though there's something even more important at stake here. There is no evidence to suggest that the defendant did as much. What? In terms of having the opportunity to carry out the alleged tampering, there is one possibility. Oh? Good gracious. Explain yourself, counsel. Yes, there is. It seems my learned Nipponin's friend has no intention of running from this deceit. Deceit? I'm sure everyone still remembers clearly. The recess that we were forced to take. as a result of the smoke grenade fired by the witness, currently in the stand, Miss Gina Lestrade. That's when we all have to go out. The courtroom was filled with smoke, and everyone was thrown into confusion. All of us were made to leave this chamber. In that brief interval, under the veil of smoke and in all the chaos, it could have been possible to steal inside the omnibus. Are you wise? What are you trying to pull, yeah? Yeah, rotten feckless cougar? Coucher? Cougar, coucher. Feckless coucher? Coucher? You're supposed to be defending me. This is a wicked plot. This is a plot to undermine me, so it is.
Objection!
Whatever you think this is, it changed nothing. The facts are the same. After this courtroom was evacuated earlier as a result of the smoke grenade, a number of inconsistencies materialized in relation to the omnibus. Inconsistencies such as, to start with, the storage compartment underneath the rear passenger seat. When the police investigated the omnibus, this compartment was full of the driver's items. Secondly, we have the smear of blood on the edge of the skylight. As I have said, that was not present at the start of the trial this morning. Unfortunately, Lord 1-6, no one is able to corroborate your claims. That's true. When the omnibus was first filled out, both the storage compartment and the skylight were shut. Currently, I am afraid to say we cannot establish with any certainty if this evidence is the result of tampering or not. Indeed, my lord. No doubt there was not a single person who saw fit to verify such things. What do you think? Sorry? About the omnibus? Is there anything else unusual about the omnibus? I have an inkling. I read out. My lord? Yes, counsel? There is one further inconsistency. A mark that surely could not have been present at the start of the trial. What? What in the devil's name are you going to say now? If you dare to betray me, you little maggot, you better start watching your back.
Objection!
Silence, Macguild. The court now awaits the defense clarification. This trial keeps swinging one way and then the other. I have no idea what's the truth and what's the deception. What am I supposed to believe here? I should have to ask you to elaborate, counsel. Where exactly is this alleged mark that you claim appeared at some point during the trial? My guess would be this.
Got it!
If you consider that the victim fell through the skylight under the floor of the cabin, you would certainly expect to find signs of blood where he landed. But as far as I recall, the blood stain on the cabin floor was not there when the omnibus was first brought into the courtroom. Good lord. Yes, I do believe you're correct, counsel. Well said. Although, as an advocate for the defense, one might say that was a very careless slip of the tongue. I believe that blood stain on the floor is a decisive piece of evidence. But if the question is whether that evidence is genuine or whether it was unlawfully fabricated by someone, I feel compelled to admit that there's at least a possibility that the evidence is fake! Ugh! This trial is over! Mr. McGill, I've done everything I possibly can to cooperate with the court, but it is all over now. But you're the defendant. This is over, I tell ya. Memory, recollection, what people think they saw. This all a nonsense. Facts are what counts. And the fact is that bloodstain is there now. Well, and now with the course of this desperate trial, long and extremely drawn out as it has been, that good-for-nothing Reaper of the Bailey has failed to present any decisive evidence at all. I'm scandalized, so I am. I thought better of Lord Van Zieks. Well, my lord, I must concur with the defendant. The unaffirmed recollections of an individual cannot stand as evidence. At this moment in time, the particular bloodstain in question is very much in existence. In the absence of any credible method by which to prove its alleged previous non-existent. Wow, I regret to say that it would be improper for this trial to continue. Your lordships can't be serious. Lord Van Zieks, what is your position? The prosecution, my lord, has no further witnesses or evidence to present. Is it gonna end like this? What a fucked up! Very well. In that case, I believe we have explored every possible avenue in this matter. I shall proceed to my adjudication. As a formality, I am of course obliged to confirm with the defense first. What formality? As things stand at the moment, it would seem that Mr. McGill will be found not guilty. Yes, which would mean we have won. Is that really the right outcome here? Is it really alright for the trial to come to an end now with all these unexplained inconsistencies? Call answer for the defense. Your closing statement, please. Yes, my lord. The defense believes the defendant could be guilty. I'm here in this courtroom today to advocate for the defense of my client, Mr. McGill. However, at this moment in time, I cannot in all good conscience attest fully to the defendant's innocence. What are you saying, man? Without any question, there is no conclusive evidence to prove that the defendant is guilty. However, there is also no conclusive evidence to prove that he is innocent. Good. Oh, lads! Good gracious me! Order! This unprecedented behavior cancelled. A defense lawyer calling the accused innocence into question? Are you of sound mind? Oh, that was a grand decision to appoint just my lawyer, so it was a grand decision. What? I must say, I didn't expect quite such an exciting spectacle at the end there, but still, here, have this for your troubles. Oh, your job here is done, fella, and some fine work you have done, so you have. What do you mean? This is just as the right honorable gentleman so succinctly put it afore. The trial can't go on anymore. In your closing statement there was, how did he put it? Now, nothing more than a formality. I really don't know what to make of all this. Was the evidence we have seen genuine or was it fake? His lordship would be fuming. Any unsightly rubbish should be disposed of promptly, as I said. These thinking rich are always guilty of something, you. Mark my words. I feel terribly ashamed that I ever doubted that lovely man who gave us the lovely park. Now that the proceedings have unfolded in this way, I am compelled to declare a premature end to this trial. Furthermore, the court must accept the defendant's plea. Oh, fuck. I thank you kindly, my lord. Fuck you, McGill. Fuck you. I hate him. This is not okay. I hereby pronounce the verdict of this court.
Objection!
But, we still haven't determined if the bloodstain in the omnibus is genuine or not. We don't know if these white witnesses are telling the truth or a pack of lies. We have no idea about the truth. Lord 16? My lord, the case made by the prosecution was flawed, plain and simple. If indeed the omnibus presented as evidence was tampered with, the prosecution is at fault for allowing such a disgraceful perversion of justice to take place. My sincere apologies, my lord.
Objection!
But wait! Rinosuke really got quite a first case in London. Yeah. A fucked up case. Easy my ass, male strong heart. When we were evacuated from the courtroom, Lord 16 ordered the evidence to be secured. I'm afraid the prosecution cannot shun responsibility in this matter. That's so unfair! The culpability of the defendant has not, at the present time, been established by this court. Consequently, the jury will not be required to proffer judgment. He didn't order it, he specifically said secure the omnibus. Yeah. What? It's the police job or the guard. Well, Lord 16, it's been a pleasure, so it has. And as for you, my dear fella, I couldn't have asked for a better defense. Do you mean to tell me this has all been a grand waste of time? This is the law of the land, my good man. If you like to pursue this matter further, you can always go ahead and try to change the law. Magnus McGill. Good grief, yeah, you have more to say to me, have you? Just one thing. A warning. This is far from over. There's something to be looking forward to then. I hereby pronounce the defendant, Mr. Magnus McGill, guilty. Guilty. So fucking guilty. Oh, for fuck's sake. This is the worst case ever. I can't believe it. This is an outrage. They should have examined the evidence more. What are you talking about? The man's been clear. It's innocent. I don't know though. He might not be guilty. He not be guilty? But now we don't know. But he could have been guilty. Oh. The courtroom in Pandemonium for the second time that day the judge delivered his verdict. And my first ever trial in Great Britain came to an abrupt end. In a way, this amazing case. In a way, this is a fucked up case. A fucking worst case. Wow. 5:14 p.m. That certainly was a long trial. Ah, yes, it was. Your first ever trial for Rain's Soul and your first victory. It was a wonderful performance. No. My heartfelt congratulations. Yeah, this case is great. Ryudosuke just getting thrown into a deep end of British law and how it can be exploited. The law, man. And to you, Misusato, thank you for your assistance. Guess this way, you know, he'll learn the hardships of the law, British law, I guess. I suppose we should be happy. The trouble is, we're still completely in the dark about what actually happened. Well, we didn't have enough time, but is it wrong? I mean, who was actually responsible for Mr. Mason's death? We don't even know that. The sole aim of defense is to obtain verdict. That exonerates the defendant. You carried out your duty to perfection. I thought you did. You son of a bitch. Mr. McGill. Ah, and that girl is with him too. Well, it seems the stories are true. Oh, what stories? what the 6 enormous fireworks they do be letting off when there's a verdict of not guilty? I'm sure you must have seen them now. Spectacular, wouldn't you say? Yes, definitely. I heard it was a sight to behold, and to be sure it was. And I have you to thank, I suppose, for having an opportunity to see it. Was Maze? I mean, male? They were probably working together. There was a reason why, you know, I had to get the not guilty. This guy's sus too, in a way. This guy is sus. This guy's a very sus. Wasn't there a big guy in Trilogy as well? You know, I don't remember what game. Was it the second or third game where there was a big guy like him? We had to, you know, we went against him. I think so, right? So he could be a saucy sus. Gant? Yeah, Gant. Gant. Yeah, Gant. Oh, I don't know about that. I'm not sure I really did anything. What are you saying, fella? How did I walk out of there a free man then? I don't think it was so much thanks to me as down to your planning. You're a straight talking fella, aren't you? Must say, you had me straight in the head there once or twice. But you're young and headstrong. This water under the bridge. Congratulations, Mr. McGill, on having your name cleared, but nothing resolved. There's only one thing that matters to me. Oh? They have all seen that I didn't do that odious and abstinent deed. This grant, is it not? I suppose it is. Now the finest fellows of Scotland Yard can take matters in hand and sort out any wee details. They'll see it for what it is. They'll get to the truth. I have absolute faith in them, so I have, after all. I will be providing a good number of their wages with all the taxes I pay. Ha 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 ha. It's not that funny. So then, as we agreed for our 1,000 guineas for a year, Trappos fella. Oh, no, I can't possibly accept that much. Oh, be wise. They are humble people, are you? You from the east? Well, if you insist. But have this still and all. You deserve a reward. Mr. Magnus McGill. Everything is ready, sir. If you'd like to follow me into the courtroom. Into the courtroom? What's this, officer? This is sooner than I was led to believe. I hope it's not inconvenient, sir. There were some changes to the schedule. What the? Well, I must be making tracks now. It's time for the inspection. Sorry, what inspection? They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself. They're going to examine it again now? Naturally, I'm under no obligation to take part in any more of this matter now, but as an upstanding member of London society, I do be doing my best to help where I can. This is a gentleman's duty, so it is. So then, fare thee well. It was an absolute pleasure meeting yo's. Hope you have a whale of a time while you're studying here in Great Britain. And there he goes, a free man. Oh, I forgot she was here too. The fuck? Don't move! There is, I want to say, can I move on? She really does take him forever to load that thing. Miss Lestrade, would you mind putting that thing down? You're a grown-up. Sorry? And I hate all grown-ups. Oh, there you are! Oh my god, that's a lolly girl? What the? Naughty running up like that? Is this some kind of picnic? Who's this little girl now? And taking that with you as well? I was looking forward to that trial run of my experimental smoke grenade launcher. Oh. What the? Oh, do you want to play? You won't beat me. Of course, there's a lolly girl. What series did you think you were playing? Wait, was there a lolly girl in Trilogy as well? Oh, there was a lolly girl. Oh my god, the little girl. The cousin. Excuse me, but who are you? Of course, it's a lolly girl. Pearl? Yeah, Pearl. Oh, fuck. Oh, good day to you. I'm, well, the inventor, I suppose, of that machine. The inventor? Well, normal smoke grenades are so dull, don't you agree? White, white, and more white. You have to be shrouded in smoke. I could be at least be pretty colored, I thought to myself. Do we have to be shrouded in smoke, though? At all? I just took my eyes off it for a moment and realized I was changing onto a different omnibus, and she pinched it. Luckily, I fit it in with a telegraphic beacon. What's it what? I have no idea what this girl is talking about. Anyway, you're coming with me now, back to my laboratory. What for? To apologize, of course, silly, to my technician. What? You mean, say sorry? You must say sorry when you have done something wrong. Surely an adult has told you that before. An adult? I don't listen to no adults. Come along then, follow me. Fine, have it your way. Oh, good. You see, I knew you'd want to do the right thing in the end. I'm fairly sure that what she wants is not to get shot by that massive gun of yours. Are you? They'll be leaving you now, then bye-bye. I'm so sorry for all this fuss. She was a lively one. Well, do you think perhaps we ought to be on our way now too? Yes, you're right. But where to? Oh, we haven't had time to find a place to stay. No sooner had we arrived in London than we had to crash here. All our traveling cases are still with the bailiff. You lost Susato's team? Oh, this is her team? Okay. It's not bad, for sure. I was originally planning to spend the day in search of lodging. It feels so safe, like home. That's a well put, though. But this late hour in the day, I'm afraid we may be out of luck. Don't worry, though. I have a plan. If the worst comes to worst, I have heard of a lovely park where we could spend the night. Please tell me you're not thinking of Macule Park. I know it's maybe a little chilly at this time of year, but our youthfulness will see us through. I'm not sure about that. I think a midwinter London night will freeze a young person solid just as easily as an elderly one. Oh dear, that doesn't sound agreeable. Now I'm starting to regret turning Mr. Macule down. That 1,000 guineas would have paid for a lovely warm room or a mansion. And so, the trial to determine my worthiness for the study tour was over by the end of our first day in London. However, as we were soon to learn, there were more trying times ahead. Just as the Reaper of the Bailey had warned. The case was far from over! Woo! I would guess the last episode right then. Episode 5 would be then. Right. My guess is episode 5. So yeah, I was pretty amused when you thought you wouldn't finish this case today. Oh!
What's going on? Get the fire brigade! Water! Bring water, quick!
No!
Sir, by the time I got here, it was
The
already
proof!
No one was supposed to be allowed in here before we started investigating.
The Mr. fucking Macule! Who is inside? Somebody's inside!
Oh, good God.
There's someone in there.
This can't be.
Who is inside? Who the fuck is inside? Fucking no cliffhanger! No fucking cliffhanger! Why you do this to me? Who the heck is inside? The realm of the Reaper. Chunko's inside. Holy shit! Yeah, I actually managed to finish this in one stream, huh? I was quite not sure at all. The Adventure of Cloud Kokoro and The Adventure of the Unspeakable Story. But yeah, I think that'll be all for today. For sure. For sure. So, no stream tomorrow. No stream at all. So, I'll see you all on Monday. Monday, same stream time as today, I think. So, I highly doubt if this is as long. If it's the same length as this episode, I can do it. But if it's the same length as the previous one, like the episode 2 or 1, they're super long though. One was like 4 hours. And this took me for now. It's a full case. It's a full case, so investigating, right? So it's an investigation and everything else, right? So yeah, okay. So it's gonna take me a long time then, for sure. Yeah, investigation and trial. Yeah, okay, yeah. So for sure. I don't think I can finish for sure on Monday, but I'll see how far we can get. Hopefully, at least I can finish the investigation in Monday, and then Tuesday I have no work, so it'll be like early stream, so we might be able to finish it on Tuesday, and maybe even finish the episode 5. But we'll see, and then maybe Wednesday we'll start the second game. But we'll see. But yeah, I wish you all happy weekends, happy Saturday. Have a lovely Sundays, guys, too. Have a lovely one. Enjoyed it. Now, you probably won't finish episode 5 in one day. No? Is it that long, too? Is it that long? Oh, no. No, shit, no. Okay. It's the final case of great. How long was the final usually? Usually, I forgot in trilogy as well. How long was the the final? I want to see something. They're usually longer. Blossoming Attorney. The Memoirs of a Grounded Kokoro. Kokoro again? The return of a great departed soul. They twisted karma in his lost bow. The resolve of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. That sounds very, very, very interesting title. The resolve of Ryunosuke Naruhodo, huh? Hey, that looked like a. Oh, it is, but if you have to wait, yeah, it's for sure. All right, yeah, all right. I gotta go now. No more delaying. Have a lovely one. If you go there now, it will be a major spoilers. Yeah, I won't. But yeah, have a lovely one, Spirit. Have a lovely one. See you all around. 07, peace out. Bye-bye, Spirit.